crap
He's
on
done
this.
tricks and everything like that, and then Keith came in and just gave me the answer.
Because he heard sales guy magician.
Why aren't you more like Keith? Just be easier, Just like, hey, yeah,
that's
obviously.
what I think of is with Smeedy, this easiness.
I'm sorry there, Big Daddy.
And just want to do that voice for the rest of the segment.
You're going to have kids just so you can do that voice with their toys, and that's what it is.
Well, look over here. It's Miss Bo Peep.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we've got a delectable Thursday show heading your way. One of these days, Mac's going to have it open for us that actually has some of the takes we have after like a banger show like yesterday, but that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes.
He looks pissed.
He looks upset.
He looks like I did a lot of work.
Safety on that open, by the way.
I didn't say that you could speak yet, sir. Oh, someone's the new Mitch at the station. I don't know who it could be. Jake Murrin joining us as well, doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. He is pissed.
We're off to a start.
Not Jake. That would be Mac. No. And, of course, doing the producing as well. You guys can watch us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel all show long. We got Flume Dog Millionaire on 2020s for the next hour. And then Meredith Kane. So, big show. How you doing, JP?
I'm good. How are you?
A little spicy today.
Yeah, I can tell.
In case you couldn't tell.
I can tell. The sad part about that is I'm a little spicy today, too. And so I don't know what we're going to end up getting into, but I would imagine that multiple times we're both just going to let it all out.
Yeah, I just have to say, living in a house with 4 women is awesome. It is. But once everybody reaches a certain age, there's just a certain time where everything's on the same clock, where your boy is just, it's warfare. I don't know whether I'm going to be, when I walk in, I'm going to be greeted with trumpets and he's home, or whether I'm going to be walking into a street fight with 4 angry women. It is tough in those Wadsworth streets.
That sounds tough. There's no part of me that's envious of that until I realize I have 3 women at home, and they're just not, the 2 haven't just gotten old enough to the spot that I'm looking into my future is what I'm telling you.
12 years from now.
I'm looking into my future.
And here's the thing, because I will have gone through it first.
Yeah.
I'll be like the handlers for James Brown, that when you walk in just battered and beleaguered, I'll just throw the cape all over you and we'll walk back slow. And you'll throw it off because you're a pro. Yeah. But that's the kind of support you're going to get.
I will tell you, we went to, we had Charlotte's first big preschool, it's like a performance basically. It's like a Hanukkah performance that she had to give out today. Mm-hmm. And they have this, they usher these kids in grade by grade as if it's like the Macy's Day Parade. It's quite the whole spectacle and everything. And the easy money was on whether or not Charlotte was even going to make it to the stage to be able to actually do her performance. She did not make it to the stage. She saw me and then ran to me, and that was that.
Wow,
that was it. So we had a whole trek of getting ready, doing the whole thing, getting everyone in the car. For some reason, it's like a jam-packed parking lot for this affair, and the kid just sat on my lap to watch her other classmates perform.
Upside, downside. All right,
that was nice.
We're gonna give you both sides of the coin here.
Yeah.
Downside is everybody. It was a big thing. You made an effort. You didn't get to watch your baby go up on stage. Upside, she chose you. And you got to tell, you have to remind Alicia of that.
She always, I wouldn't. I know it's a bad thing in our household at this point. I'm clearly, it's a daddy's girl situation. It is. In fact, to the point where I'm like, could you go to mom once? Could you just make her feel better about? I don't want the daddy's girl thing was fun for a little bit. Now at this point, it's like
it's still fun.
No, it's fun, but it's also it can't always be me. You have to at some point. You have to choose mom at some point here.
Yeah, no, you say that publicly, and then privately, you're like, "Who's my girl? Who's my baby?"
Well, that's why I don't help it. I'm always like, who loves you? And she goes, Daddy. It's like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Remember that.
That's flip-flopped in our household, and it depends on the kid. But now, there's always all right, one parent's mad, so the kid runs to the other kid, and then it becomes like, oh, you're just gonna cuddle him? I'm like, I'm not gonna Heisman my kid. I'm not going to be like,
but if you did,
I'll hug you when you respect your mother 3% more. It's like, no, I'm a soft batch cookie bee. What are we talking about here?
It's the mental warfare that the kids, when they get older, could play with the parents.
Oh no, they play it.
And I could see it's not going to go well in the household. But right now, I'm cool with passing the buck there. I'm done being the daddy's girl thing.
I somehow somehow upset Sophia this morning. And as she was getting out of the car, I was like, love you, sweetie. And she just looked at me. And I was like, all right. But that's the start of my day. So I'm a little spicy today.
You're like, we're off to a good one.
Understood. And by the way, then I walked in the house, and I was in the midst of a firefight that I myself did not create nor encourage. But we're great. We're having fun here. We're getting you ready for the Bears game. Also, Big Bear on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying he'd like to see me half in the bag or fully in the bag. Yes, but also
like just in general.
Yeah, I think just wants to maybe have like a YouTube live where I'm just hammered.
Okay, YouTube live. I was gonna say if not for the FCC guidelines, we could do like a once a year, just get hammered on the radio and let it all go. But they just FCC it's not a thing we get to do.
No, I'd say
unfortunately,
I'd say something that would get me in Dutch, and then I'd be working at Walmart as a greeter.
Yeah, maybe at one point Keith would let us do like I don't know, we both live stream a movie or something, and then like the people could think we could just like watch the movie and discuss it as we go, and just kind of make it a way for everyone to hang out on a Friday night.
All right, guys, this is how Kim Kardashian
as we get drunk.
Famous.
What movie would we choose? Not that movie. You think that's the movie we're choosing?
I think people would watch it with us.
We're going to watch Smut with everyone?
That was an art. It was artistically shot. All right?
Depending on what generation
we talk to. There were a lot of angles. There was an OTS. That's an over-the-shoulder in the business.
In the business?
Yeah, I mean, anybody who went to broadcasting school knows what OTS means.
Now I'm worried because of...
Clearly, Ray J knows what it means.
All right. Okay.
I'm sober, for the record. See, this is why...
You don't even have to get him drunk. You don't even have to get him drunk.
I'm a genuinely unserious person.
Just an out-of-pocket human.
Regardless, I will say, I think this is the most excited I've been for a mid-December Browns game where they've already been eliminated from the playoffs.
I mean, how can you not be? This is the game. And if you can beat the number one overall pick in consecutive weeks, it is going to be... I mean, one of the great performances you could ever see.
I also just think, listen, if you beat the Bills and Shador plays well, that's going to get more respect because of how great the Bills have been here over the last 5, 6, 7 years. I just look at this Bears team and I'm like, all right, so the weather's going to stink.
Yeah.
You're going against a head coach who coaches a similar style quarterback, meaning like, because Ben Johnson coaches a quarterback that he's constantly saying, get the ball out quickly and don't kind of do those hero ball plays. Ben Johnson's got a little inside information into how that specific style of quarterback works. I think the Bears are a defense you can score on.
Yeah.
But you can also make big mistakes on.
Yeah.
And then I think from the Bears offensive side of things, like, if the Browns' best defense shows up the way we're accustomed to, that's also going to keep you in this game. Like, I love this game as hey, you can't dispute if Shador plays well in this, more haters are going to have to move over to the center or certainly over to the Shador side.
I mean, it feels like it's going to be an actual game, and that's the part that is inspiring out of all this. The Bears were the number one seed in the NFC 2 weeks ago. This is one of the better teams in the NFL, and I'm not looking at this like, oh no, unfortunately, we got to go through a whooping on Sunday. I'm looking at this like, wait a second. All right, I mean, I like Caleb Williams' game. Ben Johnson's doing a great job. They really shored up that offensive line, but you can get after him. And like, if Shador can go toe-to-toe with Caleb Williams, then you got every chance in the world to win in this game.
Yeah, I think, we've talked a lot about Shador's ability to change the narrative around the NFL.
Yeah.
And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, just playing well. Like, one really good game really kind of got people going, oh, maybe the Browns did have an error in evaluation of saying Dylan Gabriel was a better prospect, drafting Dylan Gabriel before Shador, which is what that says, right? So that's at least begun the conversation. But I do think the optics of beating, who did we play last week? Oh, my, Cam Ward.
Whew. There was a moment in my head. I was like, do I save him? Do I let him hang out and just kind of see what happens? I was going to save you, by the way.
I feel the same way watching the Kim Kardashian video.
I was going to.
Do I save him?
They were making billions with a B.
They were.
Is what they were doing.
That's the only thing they were making.
There's a lot of generous Kardashians that are billionaires because of that video.
I'll make a video, guys. If it gets me to be
No one's threatening you to make a video.
I think I'm threatening them.
I know.
Yeah. If you don't give me billions, I'll make a video. And like Clockwork Orange, you're going to watch it. But I do think beating the number one pick this year and obviously the number one pick a couple years back and Caleb Williams It shouldn't have to be this way, but narratively, that's a very satisfactory thing.
It's very satisfying, and it would be very satisfying as almost of sorts, not a middle finger to the draft community, although the draft community definitely perpetuated the idea that
you want to
Shador,
give him a middle finger.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. Everyone not named Mel Kiper, I want to give a middle finger to in the draft community. What are we talking
Lou
about?
Riddick, let's not forget.
There's a couple supporters that have obviously been there since day one. We all know and remember who they are. But yeah, it would be nice. And it doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're better than both Cam Ward and Caleb Williams. That's far from what we're talking about.
But you can sell it that way if you want to be a D about it.
You get to kind of shape it that way if you do want to be a D about it. Yes, you do. And that's kind of that would be the fun part of that. If you get the win and you look significantly better than Caleb Williams in the process, yes, I think it's a giant FU to the scouting community and then also to the rest of the NFL in a way that, honestly, the hope for Shador the rest of the season is it's just one big middle finger to everybody that doubted him.
I think what's interesting is a week ago, you and I talked, and we were like, I'd be in, can Shador outplay Cam Ward? And because Shador didn't have that game yet that he had on Sunday, he was kind of scoffed at a little bit.
I said he has to play better than Cam Ward,
yes.
And people were like, what kind of weird take is that? Like, you can't play better than the number one overall pick?
As if Cam Ward has been like vintage Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly. That was the part of that just completely befuddled me. But yes, that was the reaction. You're right about that.
But I do think a week later, I don't think that's the expectation going in, but I mean, Shador elevated his teammates. And so this is the kind of game where he's going to have to do that again. And if he does, to me, that's playing as well. Like if they have this exact same stats after 4 quarters, even if the Bears have a healthy win, I'm going to look at this and go, oh, you mean that dude's got that support system, this one's got this support system, and they had the same numbers? I'm going to look at that as Shador won.
And by the way, there's also another component to this too, is that Shador can be looking across the field and saying there's a quarterback there in Caleb Williams who, after year 1 with Eberflus and getting sacked 68 times, not only bounced back in year 2, but got the head coach that he always wanted / dreamed of in Ben Johnson, and he's off to the races. What happens if I get to have a head coach that believes in me half the way that Ben Johnson did in regards to Caleb Williams? What happens if I have a head coach that really goes to bat for me that way from Jump Street and takes the job because of a belief in myself, like what happened with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams? It is just a little reminder that's got to be sitting in the back of his head.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Shador Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. 240 for quick hits. Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. I'm sure he hates hearing that by this point. He's at 3, ESPN analyst, former NFL head coach. We will talk about the Browns. We'll talk about Shador, the situation Stefanski's in, the QB Deadpool. At 3:40 today, we got Pete Fiutak, college football news. We'll talk about the latest on the Chiron Moore situation, which took a pretty serious turn last night as well. Where does Michigan go from there? And how much, if anything, anyone should feel about Ohio State losing in the Big Ten title game? And we've got the lead at 5. Daryl Ryder jumping up a day today at 6. And then our guy, Cash, love it,
hate it,
at 6:30 today, giving us his predictions and away on the Browns versus the Bears at 6:30. But 216-474-0092. We are starting the show here. I almost called it the Shador here. It's been.
I thought you were going for Shasho.
It has been. Well, the problem is I've gone for Shasho many times, but it sounds like I'm one wrong sound away from really just not having a show, let alone a show.
Fair. No other commentary. Let's get to break. You're so good at hitting the brakes. Let's get to break.
What are the chances Shador outplays Caleb Williams this week? And a bold prediction for Shador Sanders on Sunday. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
not received any documents regarding any possible case involving Moore, but will update their system promptly if and when any papers are received. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight, all of the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Kenzie Flume.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Shador Sanders will outplay Caleb Williams. Now, the Bears will win, but because Shador is facing a much weaker defense, Caleb obviously facing one of the best defenses in the league, and Myles Garrett is going for that sack record. And so he's going to be under duress. Shador is going to outplay him.
Chris Broussard was on First Things First. I should have known at some point you were going to weasel some Fox Sports 1 under the show.
Well, aren't you just happy it's not Nick Wright or Danny Parkins?
That's fair. That's fair. Although
I brought Broussard into the mix.
Hey, Chris Broussard said it. That's awesome.
Oh, now that's mean to Chris Broussard the way you put that.
But no, I mean
that's an established, credible human.
Yes, he is.
Is what I'll describe him as.
It's just when the predictions, he's not the best at predictions, is what I would say. He's had some predictions that were wrong.
Well, everyone has.
Not me. I believe I'm the guaranteed Gary at the station.
Colorado Twitter believes they call me Nostradamus Peterlin right now.
Is that
legitimately? That's how they tag every one of the videos that they circulate. I'm Nostradamus Peterlin.
They couldn't have like Colorado Twitter.
I love it. I like it. I don't hate it.
They couldn't have given you like a better okay.
What's wrong with that one?
You can see the future. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. Nostradamus Peterlin.
Well, there's only so many ways you can do this.
Jonathan. I think that's infringing a gimmick that used to be on the station.
The seer among seers, the prognosticator's prognosticator.
Prognosticating Peterlin.
We've gone there. See, there we go.
See?
We don't hate that.
We'll call you Pee-Pee for short.
Jesus. You loved when you came up with that. He's been sitting on that one.
I don't know how. I was just riffing.
You were just riffing.
You don't want to be called Pee-Pee?
That was good. No,
I think what it stands for.
I think I'll pass on that one. I think I'll pass on that.
So now you're PPP.
You had a good one, and you kept going for it.
You're passing.
You should have stopped on the walk-off. The walk-off was a good place to stop at.
Teaching Mac how to not do it.
Maybe this is why the Colorado Twitter understood not to just go Nostradamus. Just make it easy on everyone.
That's fair.
Don't go.
They saw that your wise ass.
Don't bring PP into the equation, okay? Just go Nostradamus. There's no confusion here. I mean, they're posting videos, and we don't have the backdrop back there. The 92.3 The Fan banner is back there. That's how far. That's how far back. That's how far back we're doing this. Well, I mean, again,
even before Lima spat
it's not about being right or wrong, Nick. That's not the idea. You could though. You could be a show. I don't know what show this would be, but you could be a show that with every major Cleveland sports topic in the previous year, like, I don't know, just top of my head, Dylan Gabriel is better than Shador Sanders. Whoa, that's a whiff. Kevin Stefanski, the last one to die on the hill of him being the head coach of the future. Oh, that's a whiff. 8 wins for the Browns this year? Well, that's a whiff. Like the major topics we discussed, you could miss those.
I can't believe you're doing this to Jake Volnick.
But I don't keep score of that stuff.
Yeah, no.
I don't
no
keep track.
scoreboard.
It's just I'm like Evel Knievel. I get paid for the attempt. That's all this is here. So like I would never do that and keep track of a show and their hit rate on the major topics we've been discussing for a year and a half. I wouldn't do that.
I think
some go low, I go high. Is the idea there?
I think this is a great opportunity for Shador to continue to prove people wrong, and again because like I think there are a lot of people who look at this and go, how much can we judge it? The wind, right? The weather in general, right? I'm like, yeah, but at the same point, if he plays well, that's another way you can't discredit this game. Even the fact that the Bears, it's like, well, the Bears don't have a great defense. Yeah, they generate a lot of turnovers, and your concern with Shador is turnovers.
Don't they lead the league in turnovers? I think it's 18 interceptions.
It's something ridiculous. Like
I think it's 18 is the number.
I think it's something close to the over. So you're just doing interceptions. I think interceptions and fumbles. I want to say they're averaging something asinine like 2 a game, which is just ridiculous that you could have that many turnovers. Like turnovers are a little bit of a.
Well, let's see here. We can pull it up easily.
But I'd rather just say something as if it was fact and then just kind of move on.
They're 27 turnovers in total. That is first in the NFL.
And how many games have they played?
They are third in fumbles lost. So on the defensive side. Getting the fumble and getting it. Yeah.
So that's more than 2 a game. So that's right. But no, I think this is a great game for Shador.
Okay.
And I also think because the Bears are in the playoffs and the Bears were the number 1 seed until last week, I think there's a nice little bit of like, hey, there's going to be a little extra attention because I think people are finally paying attention to this Bears team and taking them seriously.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a good Bears team. And you talk about like the turnovers, for instance. They had a 4-turnover game against the Cowboys, 4-turnover game against the Raiders, 4-turnover game against the Saints. Like they've had them in bunches. Now, those were earlier on in the season, but they've been able to legitimately turn the ball over. But again, the idea here is that it's just another thing people want to pile on when it comes to Shador, and you got to do what you did last week. You just got to overcome all of those other little things. Remember last week going into that game, people said it was going to be too cold, the weather wasn't going to be right. You're down every offensive lineman not named Joel Bitonio. You have 3 pass catchers that are injured during the game. It's impossible in those conditions, and he went out and did it. So you got to go out and do it again this week.
Well, in the first segment, Keith actually made a video of it. You guys can check it out at 92.3 The Fan on Twitter, where I described this game as the game. This is the most excited I've been for a mid-December Browns game where they've already been eliminated from the playoffs. What I was trying not to say is a meaningless football game because I don't think this is meaningless, right? Mm-hmm. Like most of the time when we're talking mid-December Browns games, especially in the last 26 years, I don't know, I'd clarify it down to there, but we are talking about games that just don't matter. And so, I look at this and I'm like, just because you're eliminated from the playoffs, I think this matters for Shador's future. I think this matters for how you're going to attack the offseason. I think this matters for, obviously, Kevin Stefanski's future. That's a lot riding on a game where you were just eliminated from the playoffs by losing to the team with the worst record in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the important part. And we've talked so much about like Stefanski and obviously Shador and that balance in this. But the reality is that if you're everybody on that team not named Shador, you have to really look back and say, what happened last week? And really kind of evaluate, how did you end up losing to the Titans? How did that game get away from you? And how do you make that something that doesn't happen again? And this is where I would put it at the coaching staff. As many victory laps as people want to take for the coaching staff and their part with Shador, we'll get to that later, I'm sure. You lost to the worst team in football last week.
I'd also like to point out...
How is this a victory lap?
I'd also like to point out that coaching staff has really spent a lot of time this week defending the 2-point conversion.
Oh, my God, Tommy Reese again today. Tommy, let it go. It happened on Sunday. I'm sure you were asked about it, but even like in the answer, it was almost like you're trying to dunk on everybody for thinking that, well, of course I stand by that process. I stand by... Tommy, let it go, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, if the results were just different, you'd be all looking at this a lot differently. Yeah, and if I was 200 pounds and a billionaire, I might be married to, I don't know, Sydney Sweeney.
Right, like how dumb of a... I mean, I get what he's going for.
That one's going to catch up with me. That one's not going to be great. That was not smart to say on air. I started the show by telling you I'm in the belly of the bear right now, and I just said, well, if I was this, I'd get married to this person. I'd still be married to my wife. She's beautiful.
Oh, I missed that. I just assumed you went for like what today's Marilyn Monroe is, I guess, the comp that she gets constantly. She's like the it girl. So like, isn't that like kind of like, wouldn't Vanessa kind of expect that to be the person? But she's not supposed to expect that. She's supposed to expect her to be the person.
You realize 15 years ago, I complimented an acting job Scarlett Johansson did. And every time
was it Don Juan?
No, I don't actually even remember what it was.
Oh, because that's a weird one to compliment.
But I will say every time Scarlett Johansson's on the screen, she says that be. So she's still mad about that. 15 years. I complimented her acting job. I said she's a good actress.
That's really sweet that she looks at like Scarlett Johansson and thinks, "Oh man, Nick's gonna go after that," as if that's like reality.
I would also say that. Yeah. Except for the point where then she gets mad at me. So bleep Sydney Sweeney.
Never liked her anyway.
Couldn't hold a candle to my wife.
Never liked her anyway. What do does ads for jeans?
Yeah. We're leaving
What's
ourselves.
that about?
Yeah, not anymore.
What's the deal with those ads for jeans? Well, she's not like her best feature is not. It's not with jeans. That's the weird part about that to me. If I'm being honest about it, you'd think like you'd probably maybe highlight something else, but that's
like what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like if we're talking about like best features on her, like that's like maybe not the jeans.
What do you think's like her best feature?
Part of that? Well, I don't know. I'm not a good judge.
Nothing comes to mind.
She's not my sweetheart like you, so I'm not really good at that game.
Yeah, I don't. I
don't even.
Mac, you got one?
I don't even see other women.
I got nothing.
Yeah,
I don't even see.
Very
other
true. That's Dirty Pool. Sorry, Mac. You that's like 3 strays to start the show, buddy. I love you.
Not even strays, just all out aim and fire.
That's fair.
The Kendall down there.
All right. So, Tommy Reese today. There's really no way to segue out of this, guys, so we're just going to barrel ahead again. Tommy Reese today, because I think this new narrative that's arrived is no longer Shador can't play or Shador's not ready. It's now, well, how much can you really tell in 7 games with a quarterback? Tommy Reese today spoke to that idea.
Yeah, we're going to take it one day at a time. I think you learn about quarterbacks in year 5 and year 10 and year 5. Like, I don't think you ever stop learning and evolving with those players. We're going to pour everything we have into our group right now, and we're going to continue to find ways to improve and find ways to, put emphasis on certain things and continue to get him, ready to play.
This narrative would really, really get me, no matter who the quarterback is, if it's a rookie quarterback starting. There are quarterbacks that within 5, 6, 7 games, you can tell really more in the negative what they are. There's been very few rookie quarterbacks in 7 games that have gone, this guy has it, stop talking, let's just put the guy in the Hall of Fame already, right? There have been plenty of quarterbacks I've seen 6 games of and gone, he doesn't have it, move the hell on, right?
Right.
So specific to, though, this idea that Shador has to prove within beyond a shadow of a doubt, without any thought, without any unimpeachable kind of thinking, that he's the guy, that's asinine. We were 2 years into Caleb Williams, and we didn't know, right? We were 1 year into Caleb Williams, and we didn't know. We've been multiple years into players. Hell, we were into year 4 in Baker, and there was a debate about whether Baker could or couldn't be something.
Right.
So this idea that Shador, or any rookie quarterback, that you have to have a definitive answer within 7 games is silly.
Well, and that definitive answer sometimes boomerangs in the other direction, right? Like, I think Jaden Daniels was one of those people. You make the NFC title game. After year 1, you're like, all right, they have a definitive answer. Let's just, we got this. And then year 2, now he's been injured a lot, and some of the conversations and reasons why he went number 2 and not number 1 about the slight frame and whether or not he'd actually be able to, stay healthy, they're popping up. CJ Stroud, another example of this. A guy in year 1 that just unequivocally proved what he could do, and then year 2 took a little bit of a step backwards, and now you're seeing him start to rebound a little bit. Like, it's tough. The whole thing is tough. But for the very few that even prove it in year 1, we've seen all sorts of slides back in the other direction.
I think this narrative now popping up, is proof that anybody that, let's say, doesn't believe in Shador, or I hate to use the phrase doesn't want Shador to succeed, but this is now the moving goalpost. It's gone from he's not ready, he's just a 5th-round pick, he can't play, Dylan's a better prospect, to now, can we really grade him off 7 games? And the truth is, he has to look great. For you to feel comfortable with him as the unquestioned starter, we're not going to draft. He has to look as good as he did on Sunday. He's got to have 4 more of those games for it to be absolute certainty. 1, there's a sliding scale on this thing. There's a lot of different shades of gray that this can go. But 2, come on, setting that up as the narrative. That's an impossible goal to reach, considering the recent history, the last 20 years of watching football, for anybody who sees how any rookie quarterback's been handled.
Which you would think they'd want to make the bar lower because they want him to actually achieve that goal.
No, because I think the people have said 7 games you can't really tell. I think those are the people who might be the people who don't want him to succeed or still don't believe him.
Yeah, I think 7 games is more than enough. I think when you just see enough throws, it's all you need to say, okay, we can keep this thing going.
That's the word. You don't need to see everything with Shador. You need to see enough. And enough is really enough growth. If you see enough growth where you're comfortable, hey, you have to ask yourself, this is really what it is. You have to see enough to say, I can see you starting 17 games and us being able to be competitive. That's a fair bar to set. That's right there. But to say, to the kind of nebulous, well, how much will we really know about Shador? I I think we know what that narrative is born out of, and I think there's some danger in that because, again, I think even if he gets there, you can kind of move goalposts and, well, we saw a lot, but we didn't see enough.
Well, and so I'm interested in the people that don't like Shador. I'm interested to see what type of game he plays this week to then see the reaction that they have. Because I noticed early on in the week, it felt like people were lining up to be like, all right, our bad, he's good. Our mistake. We were wrong about the Dylan side of this. We were wrong in this direction and that direction. And I am curious to see what the bounce back response is. If that momentum stays, or even if he looks, I don't know, let's just say mediocre to decent, because those things do happen in life. What that response is as well.
Our buddy Adam in Rocky River saying that I am totally bleeped with that Sydney Sweeney comment. We just got to pray she is not listening because that was just stupid out of me. 216-474-0092. Will the Browns know enough about Shador by the end of the season? It just feels like a real, I don't know. I don't like, because, and here's the thing. It's not about the question that was asked. It's that is something that I think a lot of people are throwing out there, and I think it's a question that comes with a false pretense to it. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
533 Ozempic or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Herm Edwards coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We will continue to have the conversation about what Shador can prove and what he can't prove in the final 4 games of the season. Add that to the first 3 that he played as well, or the first 3 starts that he had. But it is that time. It is time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
It was all over social media last night. It broke during the show. We talked about the initial reaction, but Chiron Moore was arrested last night after reports of his firing became public. He was in protective custody. I don't know if he's been released yet, but there are plenty of internet rumors as to why he was arrested, involving his former paramour, involving reaction to people finding out that he got fired. So after this fiasco, I do think this is a fair question, even if the details aren't completely firm at this point.
Yeah.
Will Chiron Moore get another head coaching job?
Probably. This is kind of how this stuff works. Probably. It won't be a great job. I'm not talking like any major conference that we care about job. But yeah, I think what the joke yesterday was Charlotte. Mm-hmm. I could see that. Why not?
I think he's going to have to go the assistant route for a minute. I think because of, and again, it was at some point I had a lot of empathy for everyone involved, that there were reports being put up there against fake things, and dude's already having the worst day of his life and worst day of his career. Empathy, it's not that hard to have. It was pretty wild how people were just throwing things out there. I tend to have more empathy for his wife, his children, and even his former paramour, but I think so much came out and so much was accepted as fact that I think he's going to have a longer road back to being a head coach than I think somebody that just the Bobby Petrino, as it were, that you just
well, that's what I keep thinking about. I thought of him. I thought of Pat Fitzgerald. Now I thought of all these other people. I know Petrino's more down the line of what we're talking about with Moore, but the good old boys club in college football, they just do not care after a certain point. And college athletics has shown us time and time again. Do we want to go down? We can go down the. I went to Izzo, but I was really thinking more. Oh man, why am I blanking on his name? Louisville head coach. Now it's St. John's. Pitino. I just complete brain fart there. But I was thinking Pitino.
When you asked me about a magician yesterday.
Yeah, complete brain fart. But Pitino is the perfect example for all this. He just kept getting jobs after jobs. Doesn't matter what Italian restaurant he was in and what happened. The man just kept getting jobs. That's
man likes chicken parm.
It's just how this works. And so that's the sad reality of this. But it is the reality of this, and so I would bet he ends up somewhere in a couple years, and then they'll try to sweep everything under the rug, and they'll talk about his second act in life.
I think 3 years is the earliest I could see it happening, but we'll see.
Omaha! All right, Cam Newton, off the heels of Phillip Rivers getting the job in Indy, says it was, quote, a slap in my face that the Colts didn't call. Now Cam technically hasn't played at a more recent date than Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers stopped playing in 2020. Cam stopped playing in 2021. Cam has actually never officially even signed his retirement papers. But I do think this is funny. I do love this. There's a part of me that is you know what? Maybe he's got a point, while also understanding that he's cooked and couldn't play anyway.
The funny thing is, he said the exact line that I heard was almost like a slap in the face. That's such a Cam-ism.
Instead of it being
a complete
slap in the face,
but it's almost like a slap in the face.
I got to quote it as a slap in the face, if that means anything to you or not.
So I will say Cam's malapropisms are off the chart. But, no, he doesn't have a legitimate gripe, because the last time Phillip Rivers played, his numbers were actually pretty good. I think it was 24 touchdowns. I think he had a 4.4% touchdown percentage, a 2% interception percentage, 66, 67 plus completion percentage. Cam was unplayable in Carolina, at least from the passing side of things, which is what the Panthers need, or what the Colts need. I feel bad for him. He's going to be the guy that ends up feeling like he got jobbed.
I mean, I don't feel bad for him. He's built this like media empire for himself. Like,
I do, because it's not the thing that he loves. To have the thing, it would be like you and me losing our radio careers, but we end up, millionaires and finance bros.
I thought you meant feeling bad that he didn't get the call, is what I thought you meant. Not that his like career ended short.
No, I just feel bad the way it ended, but he's a little delusional here.
Great hat game, though. I'll say it because no one else will.
I want to be the guy that modifies the hat.
I like the hat game by Cam. It's so out there. I love the idea that like when everyone dressed for Halloween, he just went as himself because it was that ridiculous. That's what I love.
Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza is having quite the year. The Hoosiers have the number 1 seed in the playoffs. They just defeated Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. He appears to be destined to be a top 5 NFL draft pick, and he's favored to win the Heisman here. And ahead of the Heisman ceremony, Mendoza talked about the support he has.
Going back from the journey, it just speaks volumes that I couldn't have done this by myself. And I'm shining now, but only because there's so many stars around me. There's an analogy, like the only reason we're able to see stars in the sky is because the light reflects from all different types of stars. And I have so many stars around myself, whether it's my teammates, my coaches, my family, the support staff, that I'm able to shine now in this light. And I'm just so happy for everyone to be a part of this.
I hate
football. Ned Flanders.
I hate this so much because he's saying so many of the right things, but then it's like
I thought he was going to end it with a B. I got to be where my feet are.
Yeah, but then he just doesn't land the plane on, like, the messaging is right. No, the sentiment is right, but the messaging is not.
He went on a 25 second just vomiting induced, I'm going to tell you about astronomy and the stars to try to get my point across and have it make no sense when it was all said and done.
But the intentions are right.
No. Not only is he bull, I'm getting mad.
Why are you getting mad?
I'm getting mad. I don't want this guy on the team.
That's ridiculous.
I don't want Mendoza
He's a total nerd.
He's
a total cornball. You're 100% right.
He's a complete cornball.
But like I just struggle with that.
Football,
that's not
Ned
a guy.
Flanders. He's Kirk Cousins. I want nothing to do with him right now.
I would have taken Kirk Cousins 8 years ago.
Get us through the draft process, and I'm open to changing my mind. But what was that words vomit salad that he had there? What was that?
Well, the stars are only so bright because of the...
And then they reflect off of each other, and that's why you can see them. And it's like, where are you going with this, Fernando?
And then the ocean's blue because it's reflection and refraction and
that was almost
photosynthesis.
It sounded almost, for someone with 2 master's degrees and as smart as he is, it sounded almost as dumb as when Jared Goff didn't know what direction the sun rose and set in.
I'm not going to do it.
He got it wrong.
It's okay, Fernando. You tried.
Jared Goff dumb is another level of dumb, though. Jared Goff dumb is another level of dumb.
Who's the dumbest quarterback you've ever heard talk?
Jared Goff might be up there.
Yeah, it's not great.
He really is just not a bright kid, and that's fine. Now he's a full-fledged adult, but at the time,
he's got children.
He was very open about... I don't think he has children. Does he have children?
Yeah, he just had a daughter, I think.
Oh, he just had a daughter.
Well,
okay.
His wife had a daughter.
I watched the quarterback series. They didn't do anything with children at that point.
Trying to think of other dumb quarterbacks.
Open, admittedly, everyone just kind of know. Matthew Stafford doesn't seem that bright.
Is it because he's from the South?
He just doesn't seem
profiling.
He doesn't seem that bright.
Is it because you heard his wife's podcast? Because that's also not nice.
He was also friends with Clayton Kershaw for way longer than you need to be friends with Clayton Kershaw for. I just don't think he's a very bright guy.
We used to go fishing for crawdads together.
He just doesn't. I never got Einstein out of Matthew Stafford, and I don't think Matthew Stafford would take offense to that.
I have 1 or 2 Browns quarterbacks. I'm just not going to say it.
No, please tell me. I named 2. You name yours now.
It's Tim Couch. He's the sweetest guy in the world. I don't think he's the dumbest quarterback I've ever heard. But amongst Browns quarterbacks, it was the first one. Oh, no, I know who it is. Johnny.
Kenny Pickett.
No, Johnny. Johnny is legitimately mouth-breathing dumb. He just happens to be a charismatic guy. There are times where he's talked, and I'm like, you're trying to make an analogy, but I don't think you know. I think you get past the first 4 letters of analogy.
You know who I talked to when he was here for all of 3 weeks that I left being like, oh, this guy's way smarter than anyone ever thinks he is?
Who's that?
Josh Rosen.
Oh, no, that makes total sense.
I was like, whoa, this guy's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
How did this get lost in the hot tub in the dorm room conversation? Because this guy's got a lot going on up there.
Joe Blanco saying Jamarcus Russell. The man just purple drank. I don't think he's an idiot.
Didn't he have a Texas Roadhouse obsession too or something like that?
Again, you get the butter, the cinnamon butter, you put it on the bread.
The fine establishment.
I get it.
Fine establishment.
216-474-0092.
I do like that butter, though. How do you
Who's
build a
that-
whole restaurant on butter and it works?
Have you seen the obesity crisis in America?
It's like what's the hook on Texas Roadhouse? We just like that butter.
Yes.
It's that cinnamon butter. You just put it on the bread and it's awesome.
They didn't do it in Luxembourg.
You're never
they
like,
did it in
you're never
America.
like, it's the steak I love. It's the chicken. It's no. It's the butter, and it's like it's a smashing hit everywhere.
You're not wrong.
It's like a 45-minute wait to eat
I
a Texas
refer
Roadhouse.
back to American obesity. That's where I think when it comes to I got to go get that butter. That's where. Who's the dumbest quarterback that you can remember? We'll even take college football as well. I keep thinking of people, but they actually could hypothetically be listening, and I don't want that smoke right now.
Sounds like you're scared to say it.
But yes, of this.
Say it with your chest.
Of this one guy. Say it with conviction. Herm Edwards. Former NFL head coach, I almost said quarterback, and ESPN analyst talks Shador, what he can prove over the final 4 games, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In a world of Lane Kiffins, be a Matt Campbell. And what is loyalty in today's college football world? We delve into it. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, brought to you by Extend Technologies, xtendav.com.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The QB Deadpool coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We've got Browns-Bears on Sunday in a game that, because Shador's coming off the best game of his young career, suddenly feels like it has real stakes for the Cleveland Browns beyond just Kevin Stefanski's future in Cleveland. But right now, we're going to bring on a former NFL head coach, a man who spent a good deal of his adult life in the NFL. He's an ESPN NFL analyst. On the fan hotline is Herm Edwards. Coach, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and I think if you're a Cleveland fan, you're kind of excited about watching Shador again play this week. He brings a lot of energy to this football team, and I guess he's going to be the star of the rest of the year. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, when you look at their schedule, it's a pretty tough schedule down the stretch. But with that being said, it doesn't matter. He's the starting quarterback. And I think how he fares and this team fares will say a lot about his future going forward.
Coach, I think you're in a great position to be able to help us with this because you're a tried and true football guy to your core. You still talk like a coach. You present yourself as a coach. And I mean that is actually, I really do mean that as a compliment. You know, you've never stopped being a coach or thinking like a coach. And I'm baffled by the way Shador is covered because I understood it when he wasn't here. But, like, you know, we've had people on this week that are like, I don't think a coach would want the Browns job because of Shador. I know the noise. I get the tweets. I get all that. But from what I've seen of the person and how he conducts himself, he's humble. He works hard. He is he's already ingratiated himself within the community here, which several other quarterbacks I've seen go, 5 years and not be in the community here. So I'm just curious about, like, how much does the external noise, how can that matter more than what I've actually, and JP and everybody else seems to have seen from the actual human being himself?
Well, I've known Shador since he was a little kid. I know his dad pretty well. So, because he plays that position, and there's just so much attention to that position, how you address the media, how you address the fan base, when you hear other quarterbacks maybe address them, he's a little bit different. And that can rub some people the wrong way, but I think at the end of the day, what matters is, does it rub the team the wrong way? And obviously it does not. And so whether you like the way he goes about his business when he's talking to the media, that's your problem, not his, because he's not going to change. He's not. He's just not going to change. He is who he is. He's a very confident guy, but he also brings confidence to his football team and to the guys that play with him. And the key to quarterback play is real simple for me. When those 10 guys walk in the huddle and you're the quarterback, do they think that you can win? And I think this team thinks he can win. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Coach, it was so obvious very early on in that game, the changes that it felt like was happening around the roster, and just how he was able to elevate everyone's play. You're down 4 backup. You're down to your backup linemen everywhere on the offensive line. You had 3 different injured pass catchers during the game, and he's just out there dealing to anybody and everybody. You've known Shador since he was a little kid. You can't be surprised by this, but when you watch Sunday, what was your reaction based off of everything we've seen from Shador up until this point to then be able to pull off what he did?
I just smiled and just kind of laughed and chuckled, because that's what he's going to do. The one thing he might not be, he's not the most talented quarterback. There's no doubt about that. But you can't tell him that. You can't tell him that. Now, he doesn't have his father's talent. His father might have been one of the greatest corners ever played the game. But what he has is his personality, and he has his desire to compete. That's what life's about. Are you willing to compete? Are you willing to give whatever you have and just lay it out there? That's what he's going to do. He doesn't know any better. He just thinks every time I play quarterback, I'm supposed to win. I mean, that's what he thinks. And he doesn't care what the record is. He doesn't care who he's playing. It doesn't matter to him. He's the quarterback. And I'm supposed to win. And I'm going to do everything in my power to help this team win. And like I said, when you walk in the huddle with the guy, those guys are looking at him and going, you believe this? That's how he's going to play. He doesn't know any better.
Coach, one narrative that has kind of popped up over the last, I'd say, week or so is that the sample size with Shador now is somehow not enough to make a decision on him being a starter next year. So do you think will the Browns know enough about Shador by the end of the season to be able to say, all right, we're comfortable going into the offseason with you as the starter and maybe trying to build this thing around you for at least 2026?
Yeah, if they don't, then they got poor evaluators. And I don't think that's the case. I don't. I think they will look at it and go, okay, are we going to go with him or not? And you have a sample size now. You will have a sample size here with the next, they got 4 games left. I mean, and can they win all of them? I don't know that. But I do know it's Chicago, playoff team. It's Buffalo, playoff team. It's Pittsburgh, probably a playoff team. And it's Cincinnati, no. And so you got to look at that and go, okay, let's see, how does he play against all these guys? Right? That's the question you got to ask. Okay, how does he play? And I just, if he's not beat up early, they're probably a playoff team. How does he play? You know what's funny? I want to see how he plays against Joe Burrow. Plays against Williams, right? Because all of a sudden, everybody was worried about Williams in Chicago, and all of a sudden he gets a new coach, and it's like, wait a minute, how did this happen? Coaching matters. It matters. First place, and no one ever anticipated that. The Chicago Bears in first place? Really? Yeah, they're in first place. Coaching matters. Yeah.
All right, well, staying with the coaching then, do you think Kevin Stefanski is able to keep his job at the end of the season, or do you feel like he is a dead man walking?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I don't, I've been in that profession. It's hard, because everybody, especially when you're losing, can coach a team better than you. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, that's that seat. I think the key will be for ownership and for management. How does this team fare the last 4 games? Are they competitive? And then they got to make a decision. Look, I thought when the season started, they had a problem, and the problem was real simple. You can't have 5 quarterbacks on the roster. It's just impossible. You can't. It's musical chairs. How can those guys get reps? I don't know. I don't know. When I saw that, I went, this is not good. Now, that's just me from afar. I'm not saying that. When I saw that, they got 5 of them. I said, that's a lot of quarterbacks in the room. So now you got 1. And is he the guy, or is Gabriel the guy? They got to figure that out.
Herm Edwards on the fan hotline here with Nick and Jonathan, breaking down the latest of the Cleveland Browns. I do want to ask you about Myles Garrett. He's at 20 sacks. The record's 22.5. I'll frame it this way. Should Myles get serious MVP consideration if he not just breaks the record, but with 4 games to go, sets a new record a little bit higher, like maybe 25 sacks?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, when you look at this defense, it's ranked 3rd in second in the National Football League? No one even mentions that. I mean, they're that good. And no one mentions that. And when they were giving up less than 20 points a game, are you kidding me? And you got a guy that's going to break the sack record? That award is tough for a defensive player to win. And, what'll hurt him is the fact that wins and losses, right? Because they'll probably give it to somebody. It'll be an offensive reward. That's generally what it is. But he has been magnificent. I mean, he is unbelievable. And you know what? A credit to him. A credit to him, because he had a chance to get out of there too. And he did not. Now, I know they paid him a lot of money, but guess what? He's worth every penny of it, the way he's playing. He's shown that, hey, man, I want to be here. I want to help build this organization. So he is a cornerstone of Cleveland. And I tell people all the time, there's certain teams, and you mentioned it, I played and coached in the league for a long time, for 30 years. And I knew a lot about the National Football League growing up. And I watched it because I wanted to play in it. And I'll say this, and I told him this when I met the man. Greatest football player ever played is Jim Brown. Period. And I don't care what anybody says. I'll take that to the grave. It's Jim Brown. And last time I checked, he played for the Cleveland Browns.
Herm, let me ask you just like a big picture question around the Browns. When you watch them, we've talked a lot about Shador, we talked a lot about Miles. Like when you watch them, what is it the thing that you kind of like grasp onto or you're excited to watch?
Well, I think when you watch them now, they become, I marvel at their defense in the fact that when you have a record that they have and they just continue to play like this, it's just, wow. It says a lot about the coaching, but also the players in the huddle. This defense reminds me of our days when we were in Tampa. And our offense, it took a couple years for them to catch up. And them guys never blinked. They didn't blink. They just kept playing. And that's a tribute to the staff, to the players, to their mind. And I hope the fan base realize how good these guys are playing. To play at the pace these guys are playing and only won 3 games, and to be second in the National Football League in total defense, boom, that's really good. Last time I checked, that's really good.
I'm not an analytics wizard, but I think you're right, Coach. We appreciate your great stuff as always, and all the best this holiday season.
You guys as well. Thank you.
Herm Edwards there, ESPN NFL analyst, and, of course, longtime NFL head coach, longtime assistant coach, former player. I'm giving the man's whole Rolodex. Good dude as well. We'll react to what Coach had to say about Shador and the Browns and, of course, Myles Garrett's success in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and if you're like me, this time of year can be a lot, right? We enjoy up. What kind of break could somebody have that would be very embarrassing to be coming off of? A cuck break.
Oh, come on.
That's sit in the corner. It's fine.
Come on. She didn't say that.
We both looked
There's
at
plenty of chairs. You can sit in the
She
corner.
didn't say that.
Thank you, Jonathan. I said cup, break,
You did not say cup break. I
because
know.
I'm not going to read my 2020
All
like
right,
that.
well, let's go back to the tape. Somebody pull up the tape here. We can do this very easily and effectively, right?
This is great radio
Can we not,
right
can we
here,
not
yeah.
pull this out? Can
We're
we
gonna
not do this?
We're going to do this very quickly there.
Well, Mac's our replay center here? Like, Mac
and I,
what are we doing?
if two people here, it sounds like
I
something.
also heard it, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, I didn't accuse you of saying it. It just sounded like you said cuck break. And I was like, I don't think that's a thing. I know
It
there's
is
a
not
chair.
a thing,
I know
and it
there's
is
a
not
whole
what I
segment of the
said.
interwebs. I'm simply saying that's what Mac and I heard.
So how about Shador Sanders?
So about Shador, we just had Herm Edwards on.
I liked a lot of what Herm had to say. Part of what Herm's assessment is that I find so fascinating. This is where I think a lot of the scouting community and a lot of the people that do draft evaluations, where I think they just completely missed is they didn't understand Shador the person.
Mm-hmm.
Like they missed out on the idea of part of what made Shador so appealing is part of what will make him appealing to all the players that he's in the locker room with, and part of the idea of Shador is that he's a one of one in many aspects. You're not going to be able to outwork him. You're not going to be able to figure out ways to keep him down. And like everything that he has offered up is just, it's unique, and it's why people gravitate to him. And so like Herm talking about that, it's the part that I love that John Dorsey had within himself. Like John Dorsey saw Baker Mayfield go for a cup check. A Mitch Kupchak.
Thank you for saying it properly.
And that was it. He was like, that's my guy.
Guys, you into this?
One game against Kansas, he grabs his
Get in there.
And that was it. And John Dorsey's like, I'm sold. That's all I need to see. And then like Hugh Jackson even talked about it. Not that Hugh's like some great talent evaluator, but Hugh talked about the old Pied Piper thing that happened with Baker Mayfield. Like this is why there's certain people that just have that to themselves, and Shador's one of those people. He just has that to himself. And I get it. The scouting community can't always figure that out. It's all right. It's okay. But it is a part of football.
Here's Herm Edwards on Shador Sanders and the path forward.
I've known Shador since he was a little kid. I know his dad pretty well. So, because he plays that position, how you address the media, how you address the fan base, when you hear other quarterbacks maybe address them, he's a little bit different. And that can rub some people the wrong way. But I think at the end of the day, what matters is, does it rub the team the wrong way? And obviously it does not. Whether you like the way he goes about his business when he's talking to the media, that's your problem, not his, because he's not going to change. He's not. He's a very confident guy, but he also brings confidence to his football team. And the key to quarterback play is real simple for me. When those 10 guys walk in the huddle and you're the quarterback, do they think that you can win? And I think this team thinks he can win. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
I just come back to, and this goes back to like the thing that I snapped about with Jason Lloyd yesterday, where Jason's like, listen, I don't think it's going to be a great job. I think there are people who aren't going to want to come here because of Shador, and then you kind of pair that with what Herm is saying. It's just interesting which quarterbacks get to have a level of cockiness to them and which ones don't. Like I got to be honest with you guys. Like I thought Dylan Gabriel said a lot of the right things, but the way he carried himself and things like, if you wait for the right time, there were times where I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, he's using the right words, but there's something there that doesn't feel, there's some rub there.
Yeah.
As with Shador, he'll say something cocky, but he does it in kind of a playful, honestly, like a kind of kind way, if that's possible. Like it's weird to me, like when he talks, even when he says something, that if you look at the words, you might be able to say, oh, there's cockiness there. I think I've heard more humility or more humbleness from the young man than I have cockiness.
It usually comes across really well. But so I'm thinking about this with based off of hearing Herm and then what we've been talking about. Like I think part of why Stefanski continues to get this whole thing wrong, Nick, is the idea that he doesn't account for what Herm is talking about at the end right there. Do the other 10 guys in the huddle think that you can win with this guy? Like the little things that you don't necessarily show up if you're a box score jockey necessarily. The little things that don't show up if you're only judging, hey, here's a defense, go ahead and tell me how to read that in a meeting. what I mean? Like these little things that do matter in the big picture of football and matter with how you can get a team really playing their very best. And I feel like Stefanski's evaluation of this, when it came to Baker, he completely ignored it. And when it comes to Shador, he just completely discredited it in a way where like it's the only thing I can think of for how he looked at Dylan Gabriel and said, this guy's better. And it's insane to me that you would just completely neglect that whole part of the game.
Yeah, and I also think, like, Kevin, I think there are guys in the NFL who are uncomfortable handling big personalities or outgoing personalities, guys who don't just do the shut up and cliche thing. And I honestly cannot imagine ever in my life thinking to myself that would matter to me in my evaluation of, like, unless his teammates have a problem with it, who gives a rat's butt?
But there's two people in life, Nick. The people that think of it as a positive and the people that think of it as a negative. I've always, and it feels like you feel the same way as well, I've always looked at that is a massive positive. Mm-hmm. If that is a trait you have, that's not a trait everybody has. If that is a trait you have, I look at that as that's a bullet that you have. Like, that's great. Like go forward with that. Like swerve into that. It's leadership is what it is at the end of the day. And so I never understand why it seems like Stefanski's completely ignored that side of things when it came to trying to evaluate Shador against all the other quarterbacks that we had in camp, and just kind of let that be as if it's something that not only did he not like, but something that he wanted to tamp down.
So from the offense to the defensive side of the ball with the Browns, obviously we're on the sack record watch. Finally got there. Mm-hmm. And Bill Barnwell of ESPN had Myles Garrett as fourth in his MVP odds. And so we asked Herm Edwards about Myles and whether, if he breaks this record, and certainly if he gets to maybe 25 sacks, should he be in the MVP conversation?
That award is tough for a defensive player to win. And, what'll hurt him is the fact that wins and losses, right? Because they'll probably give it to somebody. It'll be an offensive award. That's generally what it is. But he has been magnificent. I mean, he is unbelievable. And you know what? A credit to him, because he had a chance to get out of there too, and he did not. Now, I know they paid him a lot of money, but guess what? He's worth every penny of it, the way he's playing. He's shown that, hey, man, I want to be here. I want to help build this organization.
Listen, I don't know if I'd feel this way if I wasn't in Cleveland and watching it every single game, because I think records have almost become abstract. Like it's just a yes or no. Did you pass it or not? Mm-hmm. Unless you're watching it every single game. Like I think back to the home run record, where they were cutting into all sorts of programming that summer with Sosa and McGuire to be like, oh, McGuire's at bat. It's 3:00 on a Thursday. Is he going to hit another home run? Right? I understand we don't all have that same level of focus, and maybe we're not all tuned into the same things the way we were 20, 25 years ago because of the options out there. That being said, I'd be wrong. Wins and losses should matter when it comes to an award like Most Valuable Player in the League. I think it should matter to a point. At some point, 25 sacks, even if he does it in 17 games, meaning he doesn't get to that point until week 17, 25 sacks is insane. It is an insane amount of sacks. And if you look at the guys who have gotten to 20, if you look at the Hall of Famers who've gotten to 21, certainly the record at 22 and a half. I'm not saying he has to be the MVP, but the idea that Myles could have, statistically, the best season an edge rusher or pass rushers ever had in the NFL, and it completely gets discredited due to things he can't control, namely a historically bad offense until Shador showed up. I really struggle with that.
Well, so I don't know that he would get it if he was on a team that won 9 or 10 games to begin with anyway, though. So like that's the hard part of this conversation is like if you flipped it around and gave him 9 or 10 wins and put him on a team with a great, good to great offense, whatever that is, I don't know that he would have got there anyway. I think what he needed to do in order to get there, I guess it's still on the table. You got 4 games remaining. I think if you get to 30, then I think it could be in play. I just think it's so hard to do it to give it to anybody that isn't a quarterback is just not how these things typically go.
So you're correct. But again, that goes back to the wins and losses matter until they don't. And so for me,
but he's got 2 hurdles that he's got to overcome though, right? He's got to overcome the win-loss side of this, which is something that is very hard for one person on any MVP ballot to overcome, and then he's also got to overcome not being a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Well, but I think
he's got 2 major obstacles there.
I think what would help that this year is Mahomes isn't Mahomes. Josh Allen has been great, but he's not been the best version of Josh, Lamar Jackson. Like,
I know, but we have 3 quarterbers already lined up, though. That's the problem right now, is that there's 3 that are already there that are ahead of them.
But I don't think their numbers are like in a year that like they're defensible to win the award. I'm not trying to say they aren't, but they're not having like historic seasons.
It's Drake May, it's Matthew Stafford, and then it's Jordan Love. Yeah. And so like I can make a legitimate argument that he's had a better season than Jordan Love has. I can make a legitimate argument that he's had a better season. We got to see how the rest of the next 4 games go.
No,
but this is why I'd say like if he like I think 30 is the number, because I think if you get to 30. I think it'll open up some eyes. I still don't think he's going to ultimately win it because it's too much of a quarterback award, and he might have to just settle for, checks notes, the greatest defensive performance we've ever seen. But then we might have to also then consider, why are we even doing the MVP award as is?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just. I think maybe that's where it is. And again, like
just call it a quarterback award. If you don't win it this year, just call it a quarterback award.
But this is one of the cases where it's like, I understand he's not going to win it. I understand if it gets to 30, he's not going to win it. But to not be in the conversation for a majority of people because he's an edge rusher and that's a quarterback award, then I think all you've done is showcase what a weak-ass award the NFL MVP's become. Because, again, it's not Joe Burrow. It's not Jamar, and it's not Lamar Chase. It's not Josh Allen. But as good as Herbert is, as good as May is, as good as Love is, and they're having great seasons, they're not having historic seasons. And listen, you and I stopped caring about voted awards, I think, by about the second Coach of the Year award for Kevin Stefanski. Or maybe it was the Steve Nash MVPs. I don't remember. But the point is,
I still care about MVP awards.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
because they're two, like in the NBA MVP, it's like,
it's with an understanding.
Scoring?
It's with an understanding. A lot of it is narrative driven. But I do tend to think if you just look at like a top 5 or top 10 list, it gives you a better story than not. But you got to look at the whole list. But that's where like Miles has to get in the top 5 or even top 3 for it to be a true reflection of what this season has been. And so that's why, like, the push here, it's a respectable push by Bill Barnwell to be like, hey, if you guys are thinking about putting him outside of the top 5, let's not even do that. Let's go top 5, and then let's continue the conversation.
216-474-0092. So Bill Barnwell has Myles Garrett as 4th in his MVP odds for the NFL. How realistic or not is it that he could win? So if let's say, ended up being 3rd, can we count that as like the best season? Like, where does that accomplishment go when we start putting Miles on a plaque for Canton?
I mean, I might talk. So he'll win a 2nd Defensive Player of the Year award this year. If he finishes 3rd in MVP, it might be the thing when we talk about Myles Garrett years from now. I'll mention the 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards or however it ends up being. But I'm like, 3rd in league MVP? Are you kidding me?
Do you think though
like, that's a big deal?
You and I would say it because again,
I think it will.
We're having this conversation.
I think because it's so out there. I think it will. I don't know. Maybe it'll get lost in the sauce. Maybe like 5 years from now, people will forget he even got 3rd there, and we'll just be talking about Defensive Player of the Years, and that's all it'll end up being. But if he gets to like 30, though, I think the lead and the headline and all this MVP, regardless, will be greatest defensive season ever. And that'll be at the front before any amount of Defensive Player of the Years or Hall of Fame or anything. It's like the single greatest defensive season ever, and I think that'd be enough for Miles.
216-474-0092. Again, Bill Barnwell has Miles as 4th in his MVP voting column there. We also had Herm Edwards talk about Miles and what Miles has done this year. How realistic or not is it that Miles could win the NFL MVP, and what would be the accomplishment? Each of us are saying if he got 3rd, it would be quite the accomplishment given the biases in the NFL. What's the accomplishment for you? And we got the quarterback Deadpool with Commissioner Jake Murn in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's cold here in Cleveland, and if you've been thinking about those new windows, well, it's good you waited. Because during Window Nation's end-of-year sale, get 50% off, plus you can get 0%
Plus, with the Better Business Bureau, you don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Fiutak coming up in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. A little Miles Garrett, a little bit of Shador Sanders. I'm sorry, the Pepsi Rookie of the Week, Shador Sanders.
Well, there we go.
I like how somebody in the mentions.
I guess
Somebody in the mentions was like, yeah, that's voted on by fans. I'm like, yeah, every award is voted on by somebody.
Could you name me a Pepsi Player of the Week ever?
His name is Tim.
This isn't things that we keep track of. It's okay.
No, it's not.
It doesn't hurt the YouTubers' feelings though. It's okay. Just let Shador have his moment. It's all right.
I thought it was more that when someone's like, "Oh, it's not a real award." I'm like, "No, award is real."
It's got Pepsi in front of it. What did you think was happening?
So you put a brand in front of something, it's no longer. So when the Pepsi Marconis come out, you're going to turn yours away?
That's when I'm out. I'm out when it starts being the Coca-Cola Marconis. I'm done.
All right, I'll just say it. I've seen the people that win Marconis, and you kind of see how the sausage is made, and you're like, oh, it's really not a meritocracy. It's kind of an ass-kissing competition, which, again, most awards are. Yeah, it's not for me.
Hey, listen, when Dan Patrick was winning that award, I'm like, you know what? That's something to strive for. And then somebody named Greg Hill started winning that award, and I was like, okay, that's all right.
But he hosts a music show and a sports show.
You know what? We're okay. Yeah, that's all right. I'm fine with that.
Whoa, what? I didn't think Greg Hill was going to catch a stray here.
You never know.
Anybody else in the Odyssey family got takes on Carton being back at FAN?
You never. I like Carton. You know this. I'm excited for that.
Same. Yeah. What was that, Mac? Why is that the thing? Mac, no, you get on the mic right now. What? Mac what people don't understand is Mac, when JP and I said,
what?
We both like Carton, Mac went,
No, it made me laugh because JP said that he likes Carton. He's talked about how he likes him a lot. And yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I
thought there was an underwhelming reaction. That's all.
I love Greg Carton. Oh, if I was not married... Oh, the things I
when you
would
said
do.
Sydney Sweeney earlier.
That's another thing to get angry at.
When he said Sydney Sweeney earlier, he meant Craig Carton.
Yeah, I get them confused because I'm hot as hot, baby. Woo!
Also did a Gap commercial too. I don't know if you know that as well. It's very successful.
Didn't know I was underwhelming in my enjoyment or endorsement of Craig Carton.
It seemed like a pretty sincere, I like Craig too. We had nowhere else to go with the convo, but that was it. Both established we like Craig Carton, iffy on Greg Hill.
I don't believe I said I was iffy on, but you know what?
Come on, we know. That was the implication. What, are you going to hide behind that now?
That's fair.
Oh no, please don't play this in the morning in Boston, Greg Hill. We'll be fine.
With the one guy
we'll be okay.
Who every time he sounds like a child, he sounds like Mark Wahlberg, like trying to say like Transformers. I'm like, I can't take you seriously.
Hacksaw now, yeah.
Yes. I got a teddy bear.
When you have a take on the business where I think half the industry, if they found out, headline, afternoon drive in Cleveland, doesn't really care for Greg Hill winning Marconi's. They're like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That tracks. We don't get it either.
Yeah.
We don't understand why this continues to happen. Now, the Marconi's being sponsored by Pepsi, that might be a different thing. That might be a different story.
All of a sudden, I'm back on board, although I'm more of a Coca-Cola man. You know, I think it's a great time to pivot to the quarterback Deadpool with the commissioner, Jake Murren. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Well,
hey, Jake.
I don't know. I feel like if Ken were here, I believe we'd hear the phrase safety's on, because it was certainly not on for the last about 4 minutes there. You're all morons.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, guys.
You got any Greg Hill takes?
No Greg Hill takes out of me.
If you listen to him, you'd have a bunch.
Have you seen a Transformer?
Yes, I've listened
to 20 minutes of them, and you'd have a lot. You'd have a lot of takes.
You got yourself a teddy bear?
All being, why does this guy still win?
This is off the rails.
It's so mean. It's just so unnecessary. You're not wrong. It's just This is why
it's not that it's mean. It's just it's very inside baseball is the problem.
you and I.
There's like 4 people that are like, I get this convo. Yes.
There's like one guy
he's
from
right.
Boston.
He's right.
Just being like, yeah!
Finally, somebody said it.
It's taking him down a peg.
Well, this is all over the place, and so was Week 15 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool. As I welcome you guys into Week 16, we're going to start with Mac Robinson's team as he has first up in the waiver wire. He has Lenore Sellers, Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and Brendan Sorsby was his latest addition. Obviously, Mendoza shined in that Big Ten title game. They enjoy a first-round bye in the college football playoff. And Ty Simpson really hasn't looked like himself recently. But, Mac, are you still feeling good about your team? And what's your confidence level or maybe level of concern with Lenore Sellers?
I'm worried if he goes back to school. But, I mean, if he comes out, he's going to be a high draft pick. So I'm happy with him regardless, at least for right now.
Yeah. Good.
Ask me in a month.
Yeah. And no moves, Mac.
No moves. No moves for me.
All right, that goes to Nick, who is second up in the waiver wire. You have Arch Manning, who will be in the Citrus Bowl on December 31st against Michigan. You have Carson Beck in the first-round road playoff game. He takes on Texas A&M.
Is Chiron Moore coaching that game still?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Didn't know where
Can't
we were
confirm.
at.
No Chiron Moore for the Citrus Bowl.
Wow, that's a good game for Arch Manning then, right?
Feather in his cap. Who are my other quarterbacks? I have not.
Does Paige Shivers work for Texas?
First, Greg Hill. Why did you turn into a 60 murder? He's a great guy. She deserved to have her salary doubled. What scandal? Sorry.
So Nick's team, you have Manning and Beck, and then Josh Hoover and Jaden Mayava. They'll actually go head-to-head in the Alamo Bowl later this month. Do you like where your team's at right now, Nick?
Yeah, I kind of need somebody that can be a first-round pick, but I got a steady stream of second, third, and fourth-round picks here. I think that's all I got. Although when Mac finally moves on from Ty Simpson, maybe I'll still have Arch Manning and he'll go number one.
You still feel good about Josh Hoover?
As good as you can feel about Josh Hoover. Yeah. Like, I never thought he was going to be a first-round pick, but do I think the man will be drafted? Yes. I'm banking on, listen, one of you two will have the number one pick in the draft, or the first quarterback off the board, right? Mm-hmm. I'm playing the numbers game. I'm trying to stack the board to have three draftable quarterbacks, and we'll see what happens with Arch.
You were very proud of that addition last week.
I was.
Any changes this week to your roster, Nick?
No, I'm loving having Josh on the team. Playing well, the heart of TCU, the heart of the furry community in TCU. It's a good life.
Have the people voting on this, have they caught up to the idea that Mac's going to have one quarterback drafted?
They have not, no. Last week's poll was very heavy in favor of Mac. 76% voted for Mac. And then you guys were actually tied for, I guess, second place at 12% of the vote, splitting that?
I guess it's second place.
You guys were splitting it back and forth. You guys would go from second and third place. Now you're just tied for last.
I think the Dante Moore slander is kind of a problem for me. I think you deserve more. I should be in last place because I'm not going to have the number one pick.
I'm trying to figure out what's tilting the scales, but I really do feel like Mac should not be getting 76% of the vote at this point.
I would agree. Yeah, this should be
like his team has collapsed outside of Mendoza, who was a late round addition anyway.
I go
his
40,
team's collapsed.
40, and 20.
That makes sense to me.
Mendoza was my second pick in the draft.
Oh, he was your second? Okay, yeah.
Didn't have the conviction to make him your first one, huh?
That's right. You had Ty Simpson late, but again, that's crashed out on you.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, it's been a little rough with Ty.
But you got Sorsby, huh?
He's been getting some buzz lately.
Yeah.
I just hope that he doesn't hit the transfer portal.
And just a quick run through JP's team. He has Dante Moore, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, and John Matier. Any changes for you this week, JP?
No, we're good. That's a solid team.
I wouldn't say we're good. I think we're all bleeped in our own ways.
I mean, he's got a better argument than you.
Oh, you got me. Oh.
He has been playing the game the entire time. He knows where he stands.
I know you were, but what am I? Commissioner, wonderful stuff.
Thanks, guys. Go vote on the poll at afternoon at 923 FAN.
I told you, I've been in a house with a lot of women at the wrong time. Everybody knew. I walked in the door, told everybody, in a mood. Shador and saving Kevin Stefanski. You're going to hear this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
investigation. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Back on Afternoon Drive.
No chance.
That's on me.
Whatever it was.
I will take complete ownership of that. I set Mac up to fail. We were trying to get some sound loaded there because I told him in the 11th hour. That's on me.
I'll do a read here. We can regroup. We can figure it out.
You know what? We're going to restart the segment.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m. Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Yeah, we're going to take it one day at a time. I think you learn about quarterbacks in year 5 and year 10 and year 5. I don't think you ever stop learning and evolving with those players. We're going to pour everything we have into our group right now, and we're going to continue to find ways to improve and find ways to, put emphasis on certain things and continue to get him, ready to play.
Browns OC Tommy Rees talking about will they know enough about Shador by the end of the season. And when we first played it, I didn't hear that. You find out about quarterbacks in year 5 and year 10 and all that. And we do have to have something in between. 7 games is enough information to make a complete statement on whether Shador is going to be a franchise quarterback or in the UFL in 3 years. And listen, we can talk about what Shador is by year 10. But I do
There's
like
a line
the message.
there somewhere, yeah.
I do like the message that Tommy had on that.
Yeah, well, think about it. I know the common thought right now seems to be like you get by Thanksgiving in year 2 is when you really is a lot of evaluators feel like it used to be 3 years. Now it's Thanksgiving in year 2 is like the time where they want to know whether or not you can actually have something with the quarterback you have or you don't. It's not as soon as everyone has with Shador, but let's be honest about it. Shador is in a spot that's different than everybody else. And so he's having the 6 games to prove himself. That's all he should need right now. Go out and do it.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to it, when we say enough, I think we have to quantify enough. So when I say, when we ask the question, will the Browns know enough about Shador by the end of the season, what it really means is, do you look at Shador and what he's done in those 7 starts and think to yourself, all right, I can trust him to start 17 games, and we're going to go ahead and build around him basically for 1 season at the very least. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that bar is as high as like the intermediate thing with a rookie is, meaning like a first round pick is, they get past that bar very quickly. It's just, are you ready to start? And once you are, you're the starter until proven otherwise. But I do think I think it's the most appropriate bar for Shador.
Well, and it also might just be as simple as we don't love the 2026 class, and so are you a better option to try to win games versus veteran street free agent quarterback? Mm-hmm. It's not the hardest bar in the world to have to clear if you're Shador. And I don't think you need 7 games in order to clear that. I think last week, in some respects, should be enough to at least clear that little of a bar.
Yeah, I think this is about, can we trust you with 2026? And if you clear that bar, then next year becomes the ultimate proving ground for, okay, it's not just 2026. You're our guy long term. Now, they'll go into it saying, wow, Shador is going to be our guy, because teams do stuff like that, and they don't always mean it 100%. Teams go in looking at it as a year thing. I would imagine that's as best as Shador's going to get, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, that's it. You get the same treatment Daniel Jones got when he came over from the Colts, or from the Giants to the Colts, right? You get 7-8 games, and if you're awesome, then all right, let's continue this. And they obviously seem like they did before the injury. And if you're not, then, okay, we made a mistake here.
So, with that being said, you threw something out there in the pre-show meeting that I wanted And because I think there's a few different ways.
I was talking to my gas station attendant on the way in.
That's true. You're talking with Bartholomew.
Yeah, I didn't even have to go for gas, if we're being honest about it. I just wanted to stop in and just give him a hi.
You're a man of the people.
I just wanted to say hi, and how's the family?
And they gave you some hot cocoa.
Told him happy holidays.
But you paid for it. You didn't have to. You could have gotten hot cocoa.
And he asked me just this really interesting question, as we're sitting there and we're just talking shop the way that we do. And he's like, Jonathan, can Shador, can he save Stefanski's image?
What a provocative question.
I know, came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's a really deep thought. I got to bring that one to the airwaves.
Yeah.
I must do that. And so I don't think it's that simple of an answer as I think what a lot of people want to hear. But I really do think at the heart of this, part of why, when we talk about whether or not Stefanski can redeem himself through all of this, and people are like, well, clearly he didn't sabotage Shador. I don't think I think if anything, if you're Stefanski, you kind of hope people think you sabotaged Shador in many ways, because the alternative is that you legitimately looked at Shador and everything that he was doing and thought Dillon Gabriel is better than that. So like the worst worlds here for Stefanski is either you were sabotaging, which I don't believe, by the way.
Yeah, neither do I.
I fall into the second bucket of people. And that's why I think Stefanski is trying to help out Shador now and get him to a spot where both of them can have success and he can ultimately save Stefanski's job. But I look at him in the second bucket of people that he was so wrong with his evaluation that he just can't be trusted to evaluate anything moving forward. That he watched these practices and he watched these games and he watched everything, and his takeaway was, yeah, Dillon's the better quarterback, which is an insane thought to have. He just missed the evaluation by a wide margin. He didn't sabotage anybody. He just really sucks at evaluating football.
Yeah, I think the changing narratives in the NFL change real quick, right? Even established narratives, like everything that's been about Shador, you've heard people soften in different corners. They're no longer, oh, he's just a fifth-round pick. We're not saying those things after one good game. I do think the narrative, I'm just confident if Shador plays well, the narrative's going to be great for him. And it's going to be, what did the NFL get wrong? I do think that there's enough people that can look at this and go, all right, I trusted the people I was talking to. Those people were wrong. Here's what I got wrong, right? We actually had a little bit of that conversation with Albert earlier this week. What I think is interesting is how Shador being good the rest of this season impacts Stefanski. Because right now, the narratives in the NFL are on Stefanski's side. Right now, the narratives are, Stefanski has tried to make this about football, and he's tried to make it about this, that, and the other, right? And Stefanski is a quarterback whisperer. All those preset, he's winning in Cleveland, all those preset narratives that have kind of been constructed and built around Kevin Stefanski. You would imagine if Shador plays well, Kevin does get that credit. I'm not trying to incense you, but it's going to be really interesting if Kevin's fired at the end of this and the Browns lost the last 4 games, but Shador looked good. It's going to be really interesting if Shador looking good, Shador being his second guy that he went to. It's going to be interesting to see if people around the NFL are like, well, that doesn't add up. Like, that kid played really well, but you went to him at a point where it was too late for him to save your season, where the games were no longer winnable, and he played really well. I don't know what it is. I don't know that Kevin himself feels like he needs to be quote-unquote saved right now. But I think this narrative, I think Shador having success can turn on him really, really quickly, not in the supporters' eyes of it, but the NFL. And that's where Kevin likes to be held in good graces.
Well, so here's what I think the real reflective point of all this, and I think what's really happening is I think a lot of people are really wrong about Kevin Stefanski the entire time.
Would agree.
And this is their way of trying to get back and being like, no, see, I wasn't that wrong. He is good. Like, think about it. The people that loved Stefanski and thought Stefanski was going to be this all-knowing great coach until the end of time, and they put him up in these rarefied airs, and they went to the galas, and they did all this other stuff, those type of people, they were also the same type of people that trusted what was coming out of Berea and trusting what the Browns were saying, and that Dillon Gabriel was a much better quarterback than Shador. The through line between people that believe in Shador and believe in Stefanski is very, very, very tiny. And so, like, this is their way, and this is where I think this is so wrong, and this is where I hate this for Shador. This is where they're trying to then take back the idea that Stefanski's some sort of awesome coach, and he knows exactly what he's doing, as if this was some sort of plan that he had birthed. It's like, no, this wasn't a plan that you had birthed. This is the fourth quarterback that you went to, and because he's so talented and he's so good, he was able to overcome everything you put in front of him. And like that's the part that just makes me so angry about it. It's their way of trying to make peace with the fact that they were dead wrong about Shador to begin with, and they were dead wrong about who Stefanski is as a coach.
And don't forget that some of these people who have embraced certain narratives, these are the people who believe, as of right now, Kevin only went to Shador because he was made to. Not just because of the concussion, but that he was instructed to continue playing Shador after Dylan Gabriel got healthy. I think that's going to be a really interesting thing to see. Now, I think it's a three-part. If again, I don't know. Kevin thinks he needs to be saved because I think Kevin
might just want out.
I think Kevin's in bed with all the right people who control the little narrative kingmakers around the NFL, which is fine. By the way, that's part of why I think he's lasted 6 years and why he has such a strong image to this point is he's really good at playing the media game. But when it comes to long-term, Kevin being able to, I think, change the narrative in Cleveland with Browns fans who might already be out on him. I think the first thing Shador would have to do to help save Stefanski's image is he's got to save his job. And that means winning at least 2 of the next 4 games. The second thing that would have to happen in that order would be Kevin would have to fully appreciate what Shador is and decide Shador is his guy. And the third thing he would have to do is basically have Shador have a really good season next year and become the guy long term. Because I think if you take a step back and Shador has a bad year next year, then, all right, Stefanski just gets fired a year later.
All those things are possible, right? It's all on the table. But what I find so fascinating is, and you brought this up a couple times in our discussion around this, and I thought a lot about it, because you're right more than you're wrong. But you said something to the idea of like, well, this is how the NFL works. When I was like, the credit shouldn't be anything more than it. Shador gets 85% of it, and you want to quabble over the rest of it, go right ahead. And you're like, well, this is how the NFL works. But it doesn't work everywhere around the NFL like this. And there are certain instances where you can look across the NFL. Zach Taylor, for years, got looked at as like, what are you doing? You're along for the ride with Joe Burrow. No one thinks of Todd Bowles as some sort of magic quarterback whisperer when it comes to Baker Mayfield. Look around the league. Sean McDermott is looked at as, again, along for the ride when it comes to what's going on with Josh Allen. There's Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. People don't think Nick Sirianni's in there making Jalen Hurts any better any given day. Like, there's a lot of quarterback situations where the quarterback does, in fact, get the bulk of the credit. And what's interesting is that this one is shaping out to be not that. It's not the right situation.
216-474-0092. Can Shador save Stefanski's image? I got to tell you, that guy working at that gas station, you got to get more hot cocoa from him.
I was really happy. I mean, that was a good call by him.
He knows what the hell he's doing.
All serious. Jonathan, can Shador save Stefanski's image? I said, you know what? I think he can.
And then he also, isn't he the guy that came up with the how much credit does Stefanski? Wait, that was us. Yeah. But maybe you heard that one as well.
And I'll take a peck of Menthos while we're at it.
Shador. Oh, boy. Pete Fiutak. In 5 minutes, we'll talk Chiron Moore. We will talk Ohio State losing to Indiana in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
matchup. The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
As penalties decline.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in just about 40 minutes. We do have Daryl today as opposed to tomorrow. We got plenty to get to on the show, but college football world is a-buzzing. People big mad about the playoffs. We're talking about Notre Dame. Yeah, they're still throwing a hissy fit. They're going to take their ball and go home. We don't need your bowl game.
Now, well, they've been upstaged now by Michigan.
Well, then, Chiron Moore. You think Chiron Moore actually did all this just because, well, the timeline wouldn't fit. Chiron Moore out at Michigan, Ohio State losing to Indiana. To get to all of this, we head out to the fan hotline, as we do every single Thursday at 4:20, and welcome on the electric Pete Fiutak. Pete, welcome.
I don't know if I'd really ever classify myself as that, especially right now, but okay, I'll take it. Look, you actually phrased it right. Like, Notre Dame had it. They actually, somehow being Notre Dame, we had everyone on their side. It was seen as the victim and blah, blah, blah. And they blew it, and now it's over. So, they had the PR all their side, and then you're right. They kind of took this went too far with it, and now nobody cares anymore because all anybody cares about is Michigan.
Don't you like when you used to be able to talk about the games itself, Pete?
No, you know what? You're dead joking. I literally, this is like I'm not, something like 15th-ish. I don't even know how many shows I've been on since the college football playoffs. Nobody's asked me about any of the games. And nobody cares because these games are boring. I mean, have you really taken a look at the first round of the college football playoff on that Saturday? I mean, it's Miami versus Texas Tech at noon Eastern, which means it's 9 a.m. Pacific time. And then we get a rematch of a 45-10 game when Tulane goes to Ole Miss. And then the night game is Oregon-James Madison, which is literally going to be 52-3 if it's even that good, at the same time as the Bears and Packers are going, and when the Commanders and Eagles are going in the afternoon. It's going to be a brutal first Saturday for this playoff thing. So
I will ask you, do you think the committee got it right?
No, they blew it. They absolutely gagged. And not because of the teams. Miami's talented enough to win it all. They are that good if they get their head together. But they blew it because you can't have the committee, the chairman of the committee, Henry Urasek, who is the athletic director of Arkansas, come on there and say that he thought that BYU was awful against Texas Tech, so they had to drop a spot. But the Alabama game against Georgia, that was okay. It was 24-7 Texas Tech. He was the number 4 team in the country over BYU with 7 minutes to go. And it was 28-7 Georgia over Alabama with 7 minutes to go. And look, Georgia just stopped. So the score was stopped there, and Texas Tech threw out a couple of weird late points. But really, they were both bad. So either both of them should have stayed in their spots, and they should have made the statement that we are not going to penalize teams for losing their conference championships, which they didn't to Ohio State. They basically just said, all right, well, we got to put Indiana 1 spot up, but we're only going to put Ohio State to 2. So either you say you're not going to punish them and you keep them in their spots, in which case Notre Dame is in, or you say, you know what, BYU is bad, we're going to drop them a spot, and Alabama was equally bad, we're going to drop them a spot, Alabama's still in, and in that case, Notre Dame's still in. So it just was a bad look that they screwed that up, and it's bad look when they look like a bunch of record rankers. North Texas should not be in the top 25. Neither should James Madison. They could have just easily said Duke is the ACC champion. They got 7 wins over Power 4 teams. James Madison has 0. We are putting them 1 spot ahead, and all this would have gone away.
All right, Pete, I know it feels like a lifetime ago, the Big Ten title game, but did it show you anything that will maybe translate to the playoff? I know some fans locally were going off on the idea that Ryan Day got back to being a little bit too conservative, and the psycho Ryan Day left him in that game.
100,000%, yes. It's almost like they got the win they wanted to have with Michigan, and now it's like, okay, fine, this Big Ten championship is an exhibition. Who cares if you're 1? Who cares if you're 2? actually probably not the worst thing in the world to be 2 instead of 1 with the way this bracket's going to look. And okay, so they lost. But you're right. It's almost as if they didn't want to show anything in case they had to play this again. You know, it's like you don't want to come up with put all the tricks out of your bag. But at some point, it's okay to get the car out of third gear. I mean, they've got more talent than Indiana. They just didn't really go for it, and then they got beat at the end. Ohio State's better than Indiana, but they just didn't seem to want to push it too hard. Which at the end of the day, again, all right, too bad, so sad, whatever. They're number 2 in the rankings. Who cares? And they're in the playoff, and they get a bye. So really, okay, they didn't get anybody majorly hurt. I mean, Indiana lost the key defensive lineman in the celebration. I mean, so Ohio State's okay, and the game is not going to exist 3 weeks from now when they start playing this thing. And as long as they are ending up in Miami on January 18th, then who cares?
All right, we know the Heisman finalist, Mendoza, Pavia, saying Love. If it's not Mendoza, the clear, far away Heisman favorite right now, who will it be?
It's the worst Heisman race ever. I'm a voter. I'm not supposed to say what I did or anything like this, whatever. I can honestly say that it was like 9 o'clock in the evening, and I still didn't have a Heisman top 3. Like, none of these guys did anything Heisman-worthy. I mean, there's no Pavia. They gotta go. Pavia was fine. The comp is either Johnny Manziel or RG3 as Heisman winners, and both of those guys had wins over a monster team. That was a really big deal. Pavia didn't beat anybody who beat anybody. Mendoza, okay, so he had the drive against Penn State, but it's Penn State at a weakened state, and he had the one big throw against Ohio State, but it's not, he's like 46th in the nation in passing. Julian Sayin, I know he's better than 1992 Gino Toretto was, but Sayin's like the 10th best guy on this team. I mean, that's nothing against him, it's just his team is so talented. And Julian Love, nobody actually watched him play after the first couple of games, so it's just a bad year overall. My guess, and again, not necessarily my ballot, it's Mendoza's going to win because there's no one else. And this year, the other big key is they didn't let you vote for this thing until Friday afternoon. Usually they give you like a week in advance, and all these doorknobs vote before the conference championships games. I've always fought this fight that says we should be voting for the Heisman after the bowl games. But all right, so you're voting late, which means pretty much all the Sayin and Love votes would have come in early, and I'm guessing Sayin didn't get another vote after the Big Ten championship game, and Pavia, all the SEC people are going to vote for him because that's what SEC people do, and I think Mendoza probably wins this easily.
All right, Pete, we'll get to some of the actual ramifications of all this with different people you'd think the Michigan should interview, everything else. But one of the interesting parts about the story with Chiron Moore is the idea that people are speculating whether or not Michigan held on to their findings and their rulings in order to bypass signing day, and so that you have these guys sign. My response on that would be, can't you just leave at any point anyway? Why? Do you even give that any credibility? Wouldn't they just go and just be gone anyway?
Yeah, a few years ago, yeah. And back in the day, that was always one of my biggest pet peeves is that the second these kids sign, and all of a sudden the guy who recruited, the assistant coach who did all the recruiting, leaves for somewhere else, and the kid's there and screwed. That's kind of wrong. But you're right. You can just leave now if you want. And the other part of this thing, too, is this is different. This is not just, NCAA violations, blah, show clause, blah, all that kind of stuff. This is real world, stuff here. And this is, the stuff that happened after, at least allegedly, he was arrested for and all that kind of stuff, is that's not a college football thing at that point. This is about the law, and at that point, Michigan, you got to do what you got to do. And basically what happened is these findings came out and went against the rules. I'm guessing there's even more to it than this, but you got rid of your head coach, and he did not take it all that well to be, polite about it. And now it looks it's a bad look for Michigan all the way around. And it will be interesting to see where they go. I love the idea that, you're going to go with Brian Kelly, really, maybe, that you want to kind of get past controversy and concerns and things. And, you're going to stick maybe with Minter from the Harbaugh era, even though he didn't do anything wrong. And I don't think they're going to go anything too crazy here. My guess off the top of my head is still going to be Jed Fish. I still think they go, Kenny Dillingham, at least give him a look. And I'm still always shocked that no one's, the failure of imagination out there. Kurt Cignetti's buyout's only $15 million. I know it's a lot of money, but to Michigan, that's nothing. Like, someone buy this guy. I mean, someone just go get him and double his Indiana salary. Tell him you're going to give him $150 million guaranteed money, and he's the guy. Go get him. But they're not going to do that.
Pete, will Chiron Moore ever be a head coach again?
I don't know how. There's no way. I mean, I say this now, but Art Briles is coaching somewhere. People forget things, but this one's going to be a real tough one, especially, again, because of the true legal ramifications that are a part of this. A head coach at a major level, unless this all comes out that he was clear to this and this was all no wrongdoing and something went wrong against him, these are false accusations, I highly doubt it.
All right, what's the list of replacements? I think Tommy Rees, according to my friends in the desert, was like 18-1. I don't know that he'll interview for the job like he did the UCLA job, but what's your top list candidates? What's it all look like?
Again, you can't name a wrong name. It's Michigan.
And but you can't name a right name either.
Yeah,
other than
right.
Cignetti, that's a good one.
Well, no, but it's my running joke is every time there's a coaching opening, every fan base thinks they can get everyone they want. For the last 15 years, my running gag was always like, every fan base thinks, oh, well, why wouldn't this guy want to come to my school? We'll just go get a Harbaugh, any Harbaugh, or Mike Tomlin. Well, this is a case where you can get a Harbaugh. You could get John Harbaugh is not a crazy idea. Mike Tomlin is not a crazy idea. This is a big enough job that there is no name too great. I jokingly said, the funniest thing in the history of the world is if Lane Kiffin left for this job. There are guys out there, people are seriously talking Kalen DeBoer. That's Alabama. You're leaving Alabama to Michigan is not an insane thought. I don't think it's going to happen. Again, my number one guy I think is on this list is Jed Fish. He'd probably the one he's in the backward coaching circles. He's kind of the coach guy who can kind of come in and fit in right away. You kind of want to start a little bit new. I would say, again, Dillingham would be on my list of guys who are out there for this. Reese is not a bad choice, but I think you want a major head coach at this point because you are Michigan and you do have to compete with that Ohio State thing, which is not going away at all. So you need a big name guy, and I do think you have to at least get someone who has some major head coaching experience before.
Pete, you're a Chicago guy. You taking a little Shador versus Caleb Williams this weekend in person?
Yeah, how cold is it right now, Pete?
I'm not leaving. It's stupid. It's a stupid place to live. If I could convince my family to move somewhere warm, I would do it. I have one kid who's at San Diego State because she's smart. I'm not. Who would willingly sit outside for a game? I do not understand this. But yeah, these are two great young quarterbacks. I mean, again, I've told you guys for all along. I think give him time and get past the whole Shadorness. There's stuff there. He does have NFL quarterback skills, and I've always been a Caleb Williams apologist, and so I think this will kind of be fun.
Shador's going to outplay Caleb, right?
He doesn't have, as long as he's doesn't have to press. I mean,
too long of a thought, Pete.
Yeah,
we need more of a.
We don't live on the fence here,
yeah,
Pete.
come on.
Okay, yes, of course, Shador Sanders for MVP.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You've been a supporter since day one. Why would you move off of this now?
Exactly. If I'm going to dive in this deep, I mean, I do. I am also, and it just happened really with Caleb Williams too, where everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, he's not Jaden Daniels. He's not." Well, he's a rookie. He was a rookie quarterback. It takes time. I mean, these guys need at bats, and even the guys who are rookie quarterbacks, like C.J. Stroud, look like he's going to be the next big superstar. It doesn't necessarily mean it fits. So you just got to get these guys into a system and. You remember, 99% of the quarterbacks taken early in the first round and freaking whenever don't work. It's really rare when you get a starting quarterback who works for the team that got him. I mean, look at Baker Mayfield now; looks great. Didn't look great for Cleveland. Looks great for Tampa Bay. You never know when these teams, you guys go to other spots. So give him a shot. Again, you got Shador on the cheap, and but with all that said, Fernando Mendoza might be on the board there for Cleveland or something. This is going to be an interesting time for the Browns to really evaluate him.
Pete, JP's out. He thinks he's too Flandery.
He's football Ned Flanders. Too much of a nerd. I can't stand it.
He does make Kirk Cousins look like a member of Wu-Tang.
Fernando Mendoza?
Yes.
Look, I'm just going to say this. I'm not dogging anybody's religion or anything like this. I'm totally great. But, like, you mention God, you praise God, fine. But you got to stop at some point. You have to, like, answer questions. And, like, you're right, every one of his answers goes on and on, is like 90% religion, and he might say something else in there. But talent-wise, all right, he's really, really good. You know, he made the throw against Ohio State. You know, he was Fernando Brady against Penn State. I don't know if he's Flanders, but he's not too far off. It's not a bad comp.
Pete, you know who else was really, really good? A little friend called Jesus. How about that, Pete?
Jesus.
Well, if you're Lane Kiffin and you pray on it, you know, that was the whole, by the way, I think we mentioned this, is like that was the whole my big problem with him. Again, I had no problem with, praying on things, but for him to, like, for Lane Kiffin to say, well, after the Ole Miss game, Mississippi State, I'm going to go pray on it and think about my choice.
Hey, Pete, you know what Lane Kiffin and Jesus have in common?
What?
Both came back from the dead. Boom.
Nice. Well played. I would do the thing where it's like, hey, Lane, this is God. Go take the UConn job. So basically, Lane Kiffin is deflecting and saying, well, I'm going to take this LSU job because it's God's fault if you're mad at me. Which don't do that, Lane. Just say you're taking the job because it's a better job and you're going to make more money. Just don't get all disingenuous like that.
I'm just surrounded by typical East Coast liberals. I mean, this is just...
my favorite, it's like from one of those America's games where Reggie White was deciding. Reggie White was a true minister. And Paul Holmgren was like, he gave him a call, hey, Reggie, this is God, come to Green Bay. And Reggie White was like, yeah, that's funny, I'm going. And that's good enough. So,
it's interesting because on the Cleveland front, he had Art Modell trying to get him to Cleveland, and there were a lot of people who think Art Modell's the devil.
Well, hey, you know what? He got Baltimore a world championship, so I guess that's...
Yeah, thanks for that, Pete.
Yeah, all right,
I'd forgotten about that, Pete.
Come on, Pete.
Yeah, got two of them. Two of them, as a matter of fact.
Ray Lewis would not have been a nice fit in Cleveland, would he?
No, he would have been convicted. That's how it works here in Cleveland. All right.
We're all gone. You go with that one. I'll let you rumble with that. I've already made people mad because they'll probably think I don't like God or something. But yeah, I'll let you finish with that.
I think the proof is in the pudding, Pete. Be good, buddy.
Thanks, Pete.
We win some places there. We'll react to the latest on the Chiron Moore situation, including one analyst who wants to talk about the complications of the Chiron Moore situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Extend Technologies. Check them out at xtendav.com today for the latest and greatest in home electronic solutions. After going 23 of 42 for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Titans, Shador Sanders has been named Rookie of the Week for
and women, and the only company I would trust to restore my hair. Give them a call, 216-370-7980. This year, look and feel better about yourself and restore your hair. Go to vanscoyhair.com, 216-370-7980 for your free consultation right now.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in 15 minutes, but Nicole Auerbach of NBC Sports, whose name I can say normally, Nicole Auerbach, there we go. She had an interesting tweet within the last hour about the Chiron Moore situation. And again, if we left it yesterday that he had been fired and there were some rumblings, but we didn't get to him. And in fairness, I don't think anybody really knows what's happening other than Chiron did get arrested.
No, I'm more confused than I ever have been. So, I loved Twitter yesterday because it was a lot of, Twitter's really fun in those moments when things are happening and people are creating lists and they're trying to figure out what exactly is going on. And there's, some sad in there, but there's also then some, oh, that's kind of funny. I have no idea what actually happened.
Yeah, other than he is...
I'm so confused.
I guess he's still in custody, and it's protective custody. So he was arrested for some concerning things. But Nicole Auerbach, in the last hour, tweeting out, Michigan had been alerted prior to Wednesday that Chiron Moore was dealing with mental health issues, yet A.D. Ward Manuel fired him alone with no HR rep and no security present. Source told NBC Sports, I thought Ward was cooked anyways.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any, he should, this is the kind of thing that comes out that's you're not just cooked, you're immediately fired, and we'll find somebody to do the interim thing while we find the full-time AD.
Yeah, that would add up. It's interesting. I just, the whole situation, it goes from being how did you let this happen to how did you throw away your whole life for that? There's a whole lot of layers to this, and it's not going to stop at just more, obviously.
Well, what's interesting is, when somebody gets fired for basically sleeping with a staff member, I'll be honest with you, on my moral outrage thing, I'm a human being who's observed the world. I understand there's power dynamics. I understand there's a legal precedence. I understand. But, just based off that, all right, and I know there's other details here which make it more than that.
Yeah.
But just based off that, I think you get fired for that when you're 8-4 or 8-5 or whatever
or
it
9-3, yeah.
9-3, and you just lost to Ohio State. If you were, let's say, 12-1 going into the playoffs, or if you just won the Big Ten title game, I conveniently think that doesn't tend to come out. The problem, and I think it really did take a scary turn, certainly with the mental health stuff with him, and some of the different stories flying out there that he might have broken into his former paramour's house, and that he'd maybe threatened self-harm or threatened to harm her. There was a point where, and I think that's really interesting, because I think there's been a lot of takes on this, and there's a lot of takes where it's well, you got about 75% right there, and then you got it wrong in the end.
Okay.
But I do think, at some point, it's weird that social media doesn't boomerang back and go, oh, this is a human who it is literally the worst day of his life. You don't have to, you're not apologizing for it, but just at some point that a majority of people weren't, maybe I'll stop being an online troll about this and stop making up reports to send out. I thought the lack of humanity really came through with this story as more details came out.
Yeah, I think when you see him in the prison jumpsuit, I think that hit people a certain way. But I just don't think there was much empathy there for him. And you know what? That's okay. I don't want to make jokes on it either. That's not where I'm at. But I just don't want to sit there and be I feel incredibly bad for him. He made his bet. He's got a lie in it.
No, I think there's a difference between what you're talking about and just empathy, which is, well, I've never done that, and I wouldn't do that. But good God, I cannot imagine all the chickens coming home to roost in one moment and your world collapsing in on you. And I'll be honest with you, that's one thing. I don't expect people to have empathy for somebody that did what Chiron Moore did. But his mistress or his wife and kids and putting their information out there, I just thought at some point it became a really scary, urgent situation. And the idea that at no point did the empathy sensor go off, I just thought that was really, really interesting and kind of typical of social media where it's like, it was funny to a point. A lot of those jokes I was laughing at.
Mm-hmm.
At some point when a guy's threatening self-harm, no matter what he's done, that's a lot. You know, and
yeah,
that
it's the
idea that
worst day of his life, yeah.
I just think, like, at some point that has to... I don't know what it is about social media. At some point, that has to alarm at some point.
The only other, I mean, my commentary on it is, because I don't have much to add. I hear what you're saying. I just don't have much to add on that part of it. Mine was just the idea that I couldn't trust anything I was reading online.
Yeah.
And it was just, all the bot accounts that are out right now, and the idea that you can even have people with thousands of followers that seem legit but aren't legit. Twitter's in a bad space. When we have moments like this, and there's no, unless it comes from a Bruce Feldman or unless it comes from Nicole, like you're talking about, like, you just don't trust any of it, and you just have to go through, and it's a very different time than even just where we were at even just months ago with that world.
We don't have time to, but at some point we are going to have to play the Adam Schefter response to it on Get Up today, because I thought it was also problematic in the way he addressed it. But 216-474-0092, with the latest report about Ward Manuel firing Chiron Moore alone without an HR representation, I think we've gotten to a point, and I don't know how the heck they've done this, with the report out there that Michigan knew about this scandal, and they either slept on it till after National Signing Day, or they didn't get the information that it actually confirmed the affair until 24 hours ago. I think Michigan has pulled off what I think would be really unlikely when we started talking about this story yesterday. They look as bad as Chiron Moore does in all of this, and I think that is... I think that's
the signing
also
day
mystifying.
thing makes no sense to me. It's like in today's college football world, you can leave at any time.
Yeah.
They could leave tomorrow if they wanted to. They could have signed on Tuesday and leave tomorrow. It just doesn't make sense why you're trying to add that up.
But if you've signed your letter of intent, you do have to be released from it. That is, I know, because you'd have to enter the portal otherwise.
How long do they have on that before they can release them then?
Okay, so letter of intent, I don't know. I know once you change coaches, there's still the 30-day window.
I heard a couple people talking yesterday about it, and that idea was basically they can leave at but they can be gone if they want to be gone.
I think the letter of intent, and I could be wrong on this. I know Keith can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I do think that it's like a weird loophole with letter of intents, just because they're literally like a legally binding agreement that basically haven't technically enrolled yet. So I don't know, I guess would be my way of saying it.
I mean, because we've seen NIL people, we've seen throughout this entire time with the NIL and different athletes and everything, if they don't get their way, they just immediately force their way out.
The Lead coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The mess behind Chiron Moore no longer being the head coach at the University of Michigan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder, who is not surprised by anything, will be joining us in about 60 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. A little bit of a sleepy Thursday here, probably because it's like 12 degrees outside, and that just stinks. But, hey, summer's only... I'm not going to say it. No,
it's like a long time away.
Yeah, I did. I realized how
like
long
really
summer's away,
time
and
away.
It made me really sad. But spring, that's not far away.
The springs are basically winters. They're extended winters at this point.
Let's give the people
You know?
some.
Well, we can't lie to the people. We can't
Yes,
just be
we
like,
can. We have. This
December
is the part
11th.
of the year.
They're almost there.
No, this is
we
the
haven't
part
actually technically hit winter yet.
This is the part of the year where you lie to yourself. Maybe it being this bad this early means we'll get off scot-free in February, right?
You sound like Stefanski and the Browns trying to justify Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Just straight up lying.
You know, if he was 6'6", he would have been the number one pick of the draft.
How about that supercomputer? Oh,
Yeah.
we love when the comps are checks notes Chase Daniels. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
By the way, I forgot about this. They're right about the supercomputer thing. I just got a new computer. It took 2 hours to get everything
Wait,
updated.
is that the new computer?
It is.
Okay, because I noticed your keyboard was lighting up different colors every time, like it's like the terminal tower.
Yeah.
And I was going to comment on that, but I didn't know if you got the new one yet.
Yeah, but no. So it took 2 hours.
Do you like that development?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll probably turn it off.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's cool in the dark though, but. This took 2 hours to get like booted up and all the software downloaded and your licenses, just like Dylan Gabriel. We didn't boot him up all the way. We didn't download all the software yet because he's a supercomputer. This is a regular computer, took 2 hours to get right. Supercomputer could take minutes more.
Wonder if parts of Dylan Gabriel also light up different colors.
ESPN analyst and former NFL head coach Herm Edwards joined us today at 3. He gave us insight into what Shador Sanders brings to the Cleveland Browns.
I've known Shador since he was a little kid. I know his dad pretty well. So, because he plays that position, how you address the media, how you address the fan base, when you hear other quarterbacks maybe address them, he's a little bit different. And that can rub some people the wrong way. But I think at the end of the day, what matters is, does it rub the team the wrong way? And obviously it does not. Whether you like the way he goes about his business when he's talking to the media, that's your problem, not his, because he's not going to change. He's not. He's a very confident guy, but he also brings confidence to his football team. And the key to quarterback play is real simple for me. When those 10 guys walk in the huddle and you're the quarterback, do they think that you can win? And I think this team thinks he can win. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, they didn't have that when Dylan Gabriel was the quarterback. It was amazing how little time we've spent with the idea that Dylan... He just didn't have it. He didn't have that it factor. There was nothing about Dylan that was like, oh, I need to play great for Dylan. Meanwhile, Shador does have that, and so it is an advantage that Shador offers up. And obviously, Herm's known him since he was a little kid. He would know better than anybody about the special nature of Shador.
I also think it's funny. I get really, really frustrated when people are like, oh, this guy's got 70% completion percentage. Look how accurate he is. And then we watch Dylan Gabriel, and I just keep making these points because we're doing this comparison. Mm-hmm. I would watch him miss the most basic 5-yard out route throw on like a 3rd and 5, where it's like, if you just could do that, I could stop. Like, it's not even that you're not a supercomputer. It's not even that you don't throw the ball down the field. You're missing basic throws in like key situations to just extend drives. The only thing you're here to do. With Shador, I do think that is elite accuracy when you watch him throw within the first 20, 25 yards. But not just that. That thing that he has, that confidence.
Yeah.
And I love comparing it to this because I think it is true. There is like a Baker thing to him that it's just like, how can you be humble and a little bit cocky at the same time? I don't know. He pulls it off.
And he pulls it off. Exactly right. I heard Zach Jackson earlier today make the suggestion that if he said it was 20 practices, let's say, in training camp that he was at, 16 of them, Shador Sanders had the best throw of the day.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you have that be your day in, day out? And it backs up to what we've been talking about for a long time. But how do you have that be your day in, day out, and then turn around and be like, no, but Dylan's going to be the one that saves me my job? Like, are you kidding me?
And also,
it just sounds so stupid in hindsight.
Also,
there are a lot of reasons that we called it out in the moment too, though.
Like when people he wasn't NFL ready. Yeah, he was a rookie quarterback, and he was not a first round pick. But how do you get a guy ready? Like, I do understand that mental reps, coaches say mental reps is a thing. I also understand that they've got VR systems that you can use in NFL locker rooms that help you cut down on kind of the readiness part of it. And I understand that operationally, that is very important to coaches, especially coaches like Stefanski. I would look at it and go, if you're excellent at the operation stuff, but you just can't hang with the quarterbacks of the NFL, that doesn't work for me on any level.
No.
Whereas guy who needs to learn the operational side, but is clearly an NFL quarterback and certainly one with starting caliber talent, I continue to come back to, why don't you just put all those reps towards Shador and see if at any point you get him to play early?
Well, and this is why people, and I know this is already starting to happen in some ways with some people, they're like, well, shut up about it already, okay? It was what it was, but now we want to move forward. And it's like, no, we have to keep talking about this because it's a misevaluation of such a high order that first off, it feels wrong if I just completely turn the page. But two, I do want to keep shaming Kevin Stefanski for that decision. That is a woefully wrong decision. I don't think he was trying to sabotage Shador. I just think he was really wrong in his evaluation.
And really excited about Dylan.
But where he was wrong, though, and again, this is the problem that I have with the whole big picture side of things, is that not only with the evaluation, but the idea that he let everybody in the meanwhile think that Shador could basically do nothing and just dragged everyone into the thinking and the thought process. He could have shut it down. Week 2, week 3, week 4, at any point during the season, he could have come out in a press conference and talked about the development and the growth and how great Shador is looking, all these things. He didn't do that. And that's the part that I just feel sick about. It just, as somebody that wants to see Shador succeed, I just feel sick about the idea that for so many weeks and so many months, he let everybody just think that the kid just couldn't play, and it's just so far from truth. Chris Broussard, first things first, talked about the quarterbacks involved in Sunday's matchup between the Browns and the Bears.
Shador Sanders will outplay Caleb Williams. Now, the Bears will win, but because Shador is facing a much weaker defense, Caleb obviously facing one of the best defenses in the league, and Myles Garrett is going for that sack record. And so he's going to be under duress. Shador is going to outplay him.
I love it. And here's the thing, when you made the point that Shador is going to have to be better than Cam Ward a week ago for the Browns to win, people acted like you'd like prophesized Shador was going to be the NFL MVP in 1 week. Because Shador was so good on Sunday, now all of a sudden you can say, all right, what does that look like? What does Shador playing better than Caleb Williams look like on Sunday, and what's the chance of that? Because the reality is, Caleb's got a lot going for him, right? Yeah. Shador doesn't have as much to work with, so it would be. I mean, if they have the same numbers coming out of this, I'm going to give the edge to Shador because Shador's really making up for a lot, and I think Caleb's got a great system around him now.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Johnson alone is enough for everyone to be like, all right, the conversation's different. Caleb has cut down his sack total. Actually, this is on the Myles Garrett side of things. Caleb's only been sacked 20 times this year. He was sacked 68 times last year. I know they went out and they got guard, center guard. They added to that offensive line. But it wouldn't surprise me if Caleb learned how to be more elusive, and the recognition of that shows out on Sunday. What I'm trying not to say while saying it, Nick, is the idea that I don't know that Myles Garrett's going to have a massive day.
I think
people are expecting it, and I'm not expecting it at this point.
Unless Mason Graham really has himself a day again, Malik Collins' absence has been felt.
I think the absence is huge for Malik Collins, and also, again, too, this is credit to Caleb. Caleb is not the sack. I don't know what he doesn't get sacked at the same rate that he did last year. Nowhere close. He has been much better at just getting the ball out. I couldn't find a word after sack, and it wasn't going to happen.
I thought you were going to take a swing at something, and I'm like, ooh, this is usually when the gold happens.
Bailed completely out of that one.
Yeah, bailed, but you didn't fail.
Yeah, we recovered.
I kind of rhymed. I didn't kind of. I rhymed.
Dr. Seuss did.
Browns offensive coordinator Tommy Rees. Oh, it kind of rhymed. It's not really a kind of situation, Nick. Browns offensive coordinator Tommy Rees.
Kind of pregnant.
Spoke with the media today, and he was asked if the team will know enough about Shador by the end of the season.
Yeah, we're going to take it one day at a time. I think you learn about quarterbacks in year 5 and year 10 and year 5. Like, I don't think you ever stop learning and evolving with those players. We're going to pour everything we have into our group right now, and we're going to continue to find ways to improve and find ways to, put emphasis on certain things and continue to get him, ready to play.
I decided this answer is Tommy Rees just not wanting to give us an answer.
That sounds right, but he's better at the non-answer than I think.
Yeah,
the other guy
he collectively decided I want no part of this conversation, so I'm gonna punt on this one because I don't have an answer for you guys right now. So I'm gonna tell you about 5 to 10 years and how the NFL is always an evaluation process, and that's gonna have to be good enough for today.
What I would say is I think that is the kernel of of truth. Is everybody, no matter who the rookie quarterback is, the moving goalposts happen constantly. Like, as soon as you're good enough to play, then it is, well, are you good enough to win? And then when you're good enough to win, it's, well, you're good enough to win in the playoffs. Or you're good enough to win in it. Like, with young quarterbacks, the moving goalpost thing happens. I know because we saw it with Baker consistently.
Yeah.
As soon as Baker was good enough, there was a new kind of milestone set. I mean, hell, we've been doing it with Josh Allen and Lamar. All right, well, I know you can win an MVP, but can you win a championship? Can you beat Mahomes in the playoffs? For me, when it comes to Shador, I think enough is it's going to be an objective thing. For me, it is, in the next 4 games, plus the last 3, can I see enough to say, if you start 17 games next year, I think we're going to be competitive. You can get me to around the 500 mark. Because if the answer is yes, with this context, I'm going to imagine you can even surprise me when we add a left tackle, a wide receiver. Who knows what you do at the tight end spot around Harold Fannin Jr.? Oh, I don't know, an offensive line? I
think it's as simple as, does it look like it's going to be a waste of our time if we go down that road? Yeah. I think if you can answer no that it won't, then I think you have everything you need to know and then some.
216-474-0092. Is 7 games enough to get enough information on Shador Sanders? More on the Bears game and the importance of it for Shador. I think it's a perfect situation for Shador. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for 92.3 The Fan.
Brought to you by Choice Cabinet. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Hey everybody, Eddie Baskin for Choice Cabinets. Did you buy your house in the last 10 years, 15 years, and look at those cabinets and go, oh, what are we doing here? Time to upgrade your cabinets. Choice Cabinets, 60 or 70% off of retail because Choice Cabinet is the manufacturer. ChoiceCabinet.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Daryl Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes. I'm looking forward to the morning show tomorrow. I think they might have some new material to talk about.
Oh, really? Did they bump into anyone at a gas station again or no?
No.
I didn't know.
Lima, Boog is going after Lima.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah.
Get him, Boog.
That's fun.
Get
we
him,
like
Boog.
that.
Man, I mean,
Boog is not playing.
I love it.
Not with Lima.
Well, it's also not been wrong in the entire stretch of this either. So, like, I'm curious to see how this one goes. But again, I don't look at this as some sort of like. When I look at this is that I think the people that like Stefanski are on just a generational run of being wrong, and it started with believing in Kevin Stefanski. And so how this whole thing has just kind of evolved is they believed in Stefanski, then Stefanski and everyone around the Browns were like, no, we like Dylan Gabriel more than Shador. So like puppets, they all just followed along and said, okay, great, let's go with that narrative, let's do this. And you fast forward, and as far as the major storylines around the Browns in the previous year, you just flat out miss. And it's all because you believed in a guy in Stefanski that has not proven to be worth it. So that's why, like today, the whole conversation turning into let's give Stefanski a bunch of credit and let's give Stefanski this and that. It's obvious where it came from. It's them trying to protect the idea that they've been very, very wrong about the major Cleveland storylines for the previous year.
Also, all you had to do was keep an open mind on Shador.
That's it. It really wasn't that hard.
Like I was Switzerland.
Wasn't that hard. Yeah.
Like well, I'll be honest with you, I kind of sided with you on a lot of this stuff, meaning like there was no sense in believing anything the Browns said when it came to those two quarterbacks because of how I felt before the draft about either guy and who was going to be an NFL quarterback and who wasn't, but also like some of the changing narratives that I should just believe the Browns because we got in season after what we saw in camp.
With our own eyes. Yeah.
Like, I guess my point was like, there are quarterbacks that if you had, there have been times where I'd be more inclined to lean into it and go, listen, let's give the benefit of the doubt to this organization. You don't fumble the bag. We're the worst trade in NFL history. And then your mea culpa is we all own that, which means literally nothing. And nobody pays the piper for it. And then I'm just going to blindly trust you.
Mm-hmm.
Like
exactly.
Even having been in the playoffs, in 2023, yeah, that was a nice 5-game run at the end of 2023. That was a lot of fun, but you just haven't been a good organization or a good enough organization to suspend my own opinion and be like, you know what? You guys, you're the football guys. I'm just the fat jabroni on the radio.
That's the whole point. I mean, that's the whole point. But in the process of it, because I was thinking back just to why it gets me so angry every time it feels like they're trying to give Stefanski a leg up in this and trying to give him more credit than Shador. And the heart of it is just because it comes from the idea that he just got torn down for so many months. Not Shador himself, but like the idea that Shador couldn't play football and he was just basically waste of time and all this other just nonsense and just the rhetoric that was awful out there. And they don't understand that for months they tore him down and the repercussions of that. It should be, you can't just dead cat bounce and all of a sudden we just sweep that under the rug because now for 3 weeks you're giving him first team reps. Like you have to live with that idea that you let it perpetuate the idea that he couldn't play football and he was so far behind and he was this and he was that and it just wasn't true. Your own evaluations stunk. You have to own that at some point.
Well, and I think this is really, 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 I'm going to say really again because it feels really good
more
when I'm
time
saying
would be nice,
really important. What is frustrating is that you've done all this and you've been so absolute in your belief, and then several of us called this out in real time, how the season was going to go, how this quarterback room was going to go, and the faultiness of it, and the idea that you've wasted half a season with Dylan Gabriel. Because you didn't just waste the 6 games you started. You wasted the first 4 games because you were giving him number one reps in practice. And you, by the way, in camp, he was getting number 1 reps once Kenny Pickett got hurt as well. That was all time spent that could have been spent getting the better player ready.
If they'd just been, I don't know, opening their eyes.
Yeah, and and I do think this is where you get to mention the arrogance of an organization that, like, I think people have gotten away because it's a valid point. Like these supporters, guys, it's a lot of noise, and people who have believed in Shador will go and say a lot of things that people don't want to hear, or be called things that you don't want to be called. I get that, but that has been an excuse, and it ties back to what we talked about with Jason. What made me lose my mind yesterday was it's like the noise around Shador is not Shador.
Yeah.
And this idea that Shador has to come out and be like, come on, guys, be nice to them. It's like that would also be a distraction. So you put a young man in a situation that's a no-win situation. And listen, I don't get into fair often. I'm an adult. Life isn't fair. It hadn't been fair for me. It hadn't been fair for you. There have been parts of everybody's life that are unfair. But at some point, like, I'm going to side with the organization, fall in line with their narratives, and I'm going to do so because people on social media, I'm going Brian Kelly, but because they called me a racist, or because they said I'm being cruel. Like, you're holding a kid accountable for noise he doesn't create. And that's just, like, to me, I keep wanting to come back to unfair, but it's just, I would say I don't think it's, like, logical. I don't think, to me,
it's just crappy is what it is.
Well,
it's an okay thing to say.
Great word. Well, but I just think, like, as an adult, it's separating the art from the artist, except that's not even fair because, okay, Shador has a YouTube channel, but that's his art.
It's his hobby.
And
yeah.
by the way, but what he does in that is not defame anybody or act arrogant or anything else.
No, it's no different than me going golfing on Saturdays.
So you're getting
it's
mad
what he likes to do for fun.
To the reaction to the art that he creates outside of here.
I know, and I like that one of your big takeaways out of this appears to be the idea that if people want to if they want to say things about you, they'll say them, and it is what it is. But it's just he hasn't earned any of that. He hasn't earned any of the detractors. He hasn't earned any of the people that want to just talk and talk and talk as if they know him, and they don't. And it's very bothersome. But again, he's been a model citizen throughout the entire stretch. Like, he's done everything he needs to do. He's been a bigger man than I would be in a lot of spots when we're talking about how this whole thing has gone down.
And do you know how I know that?
Way bigger man than me in a lot of these spots.
Do you know how I know that he has? Because if behind the scenes he wasn't doing things right, we would have heard about it. Let's be clear here. This organization can say they're tight-lipped and we keep things in-house. But when it comes to Shador, they have not shied away from leaking to reporters what he isn't ready for and what he isn't right for.
What you can't beat when he's there at 7 a.m. when nobody else is. You know, you can't beat the idea that, like, Joe Bitonio tells Albert Breer about him showing up, and every time he shows up, Shador's already been there for hours. You know, like, you can't beat that stuff, and that's the part of Shador.
Wait, does that count as a teammate saying nice things about the work that Shador's doing?
That was a nice thing. Yes, it was. Yeah,
I just remember a narrative or something like that. Now, meanwhile, we do have a game on Sunday. We're going to get to some of your calls here in a second, but Shador, obviously this weekend in Chicago. It's a windy city. I don't know if you've heard that. The weather.
That's not why it's called the Windy City, though.
I know. But the weather does stink.
Yes, it does.
And now it should be called that from that because I've been there and it is very windy.
That's not why it's called that.
But it's not, but it should be because it's windy. But Shador was asked about the concern for just ridiculous weather this weekend.
I'm focused on these plays right now. Whenever that happens, that happens. One thing you don't want to be is mentally defeated before you get there. You know, whatever comes with, however it feels out there, just comes with it. You know, we could prepare the best we can and do everything we can to bundle up. I know you see the 2 sleeves I'm wearing now. So we definitely had to change the style a little bit to make sure I stay warm.
So, listen, I actually think the weather, it is absolutely something that can impact anyone's play, including Cam Ward, who's got a rocket of an arm, let alone Shador, who is an accurate quarterback, but people have doubted, sometimes over the top, doubted his arm strength. But I look at that and I'm like, oh, there's another perfect opportunity to evaluate Shador. Like, until the dome comes, if you're going to play in Cleveland, you're going to have to play in inclement weather. And you're going to have to get confident in playing in inclement weather and understanding that you're going to throw some balls that normally you'd ace, and they're not going to go the way you want, and you got to bounce back from that. Like, I not just the weather, but like the Bears defense, they're good enough to take the ball away from you, but they're also not so good that you can't get some points off these guys. I look at this matchup, and I'm like, man, the Bills game is going to be the one that everybody oohs and ahs over if he beats the Bills and Josh Allen in 2 weeks. I think this is as good of a matchup to really, again, have a way to evaluate Shador in the worst possible scenario, because you play well in that, you can't pick it apart.
Well, if you get any wins over the next 4 weeks, you have a win. Think about the quarterbacks that you're taking on here. It's Caleb Williams into Josh Allen, into Aaron Rodgers, into Joe Burrow. You know, like there's not a slappy in the bunch there, at least a perceived slappy. So like you're going to have some opportunities to have some wins against some big time quarterbacks. I know he doesn't play the other team's quarterbacks; he plays the other team's defense. But the perception is there. The same reason why last week it's like you played better than Cam Ward did. That will exist. But Cam Ward himself, though, last week I thought said something interesting. He at Washington State. He played in a game that was 10 degrees, and he used that to be like why he can play in cold weather. But he said you can grip the football better in cold weather was his big theory on all this. And I asked Coach Riz about it in the pregame, and Coach Riz is like, yeah, 100%. You get to grip the ball better. Like, there are advantages to having this cold weather. And as long as you're not Jared Goff or you're Tua, you should be able to overcome this.
216-474-0092 is the Bears game the best matchup to judge Shador off of in the stretch run. I think it was Grass and Bass on the 92 Through Fan YouTube channel that said it's a tough game. Yep. And those are the best games to evaluate.
Is that like somebody that likes weed and also fishing?
I think so. I do think those two things go together. It's a very mellow thing.
I always thought people just got drunk on a boat.
You also do that, yeah.
Is that part of it too? Well, I mean, I'm not exclusive
this
to
is
it.
America.
I mean, I never made that combo connection, but it sounds delightful.
Or maybe he just likes, like not Kentucky even bluegrass.
Sure, isn't that a brand as well?
Yeah, that's it. Or what is it? What's the one from Sensimilla? Little Sensimilla? No? Little Caddyshack? Go bleep yourself. David in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Yeah, how you gentlemen doing today?
Hey, doing David. Well. What you got for us?
I want to say this one thing right here. A couple things I want to say, but I definitely want to say this here. I commend you two gentlemen on the way you handle your show. I really like your show. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. We like nice things said about us.
I also want to say that they handle the whole situation with unprofessional, very unprofessional. And there's three things I can think of that it might be. I don't know if you agree with me. 1, ignorance. 2, collusion. 3, racism. Don't want to throw that in there, but I'm gonna throw it in there. Okay, we have the quarterback that we've been looking for. If we just open up our eyes, get out the way, and let God handle this. Get some players around him, a line and some receivers, and we on our way.
David, we appreciate you. Now, in fairness, you just said 3 words. So because he was saying I've got 3 points to make. You just said 3 words.
Each one was their own point.
I don't think the Browns colluded against Shador. I don't think the Browns are racist against Shador. I think it'd be very, very hard to be that in the NFL and work in the NFL.
No, they just stunk at their evaluation. At the heart of it is that they just believed in the wrong guy for so many reasons, to the point where I don't know how you hire anybody that looks at Dylan Gabriel and says that's a better quarterback. That's the most damning thing out of all of that is like I just think they really stunk at their job, which has been evidenced by the previous 5 years of them being employed here.
Yeah, like it would if it was anything that they had done with Shador had been intentional, which all the things that David said are, if any of it had been intentional, that's at least showing that you have an idea or a plan of action. I think this has kind of caught them by surprise, and I think that's pretty alarming. Nick in Canton. Welcome to the show, Nick in Canton.
How you guys doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
I don't understand how I've been watching football for 6 years, played coach. The way you guys come across with that Dylan Gabriel or Shador Sanders was a better quarterback coming out of college that Shador was better than Dillon. I don't really comprehend that, because if you watch the film when they played in college, it wasn't even close. But the caliber of the teams that they played, the statistics, everything, I don't get that. And that how the Browns screwed this up watching it, they looked at what they did in college and they went from that. Now, if they screwed it up in there, yeah.
They did screw it up from there. We went to so many training camps and we watched. We did the whole interview with Bernie Kosar. There was like 8 incompletions in a row from Dylan Gabriel.
You're talking about training camp, and they interviewed Ross, and they talked to him. It's like, well, he was doing this in training camp, and he kind of chuckled and went, "Guys, it's training camp. Nobody looks good in training camp, especially rookies."
Yeah, but
Come
Shador
on.
did.
Shador did. That's the
Shador
point.
looked better, which is the point. And by the way,
obviously better.
By the way, Dylan played.
Obviously better?
Real
Yes,
quick.
we told you at the time.
Nick,
we were there.
Real quick, we gave you a chance there, buddy. We're going back and forth here. Real quick, you're confusing playing at Oregon versus playing at Colorado for who was better. Dylan is not an NFL quarterback. When we talk about better, we're not talking about who had better stats in college or had more impressive wins. We're talking about NFL-level talent.
Right.
Dylan is too short in the game.
How does Shador have that?
What do you mean? He's 6'2". He's a athletic quarterback. He is an elite. I got it.
You can. You can't say that one. We all got it. We all got it.
No, I'll just tell you.
You got really mad there, didn't you?
I'll tell you.
Got
if you
real
come
mad.
in here and tell me that Shador's completion percentage,
I think you did. I
did. Yeah. Well, we got the first 3 out of there. No, you can't call yourself a football guy if you say completion percentage equates to accuracy. Go back and watch the tape, Nick. Seriously, go back and watch how many simple throws we're talking. And again,
also, like Tua led the league in completion percentage 2 years ago. Like this is short throws equal higher completion percentage.
but go back and watch. But that's a problem. Dylan was bad at short throws.
Right.
The thing he's supposed to ace.
I don't know how we even get this call at this point. I don't. The Gabriel Gobblers. That's not. That's all Nick is, right? Is that what that is?
He's gobbling Gabriel, all
He's
right.
definitely gobbling something.
All right. Tiger needs to get put back in the cage. Bengals fans have every right to worry. We'll talk about that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Daryl Ryder coming up in just about 15 minutes, but if we were doing radio in Cincinnati right now, and they don't do radio like we do, that is very much more attuned to, well, the organization said this. In fairness, by the way, that is how a lot of fair weather markets do it. Like in Carolina, when I would be like, hey, the organization said this, but let's be real, there'd be people like, but the organization said this. Like on the station.
Yeah,
it's one thing for fans to do that, but like to other media members to be like, well, but why are you questioning?
That's why I always tell people, even like the press conferences that we air, like you're not in a court.
Yeah.
There's no stenographer. They're not taking this. You're not under perjury if you lie. They can say and do whatever they want. And they have consistently. That's part of the deal. I don't even begrudge them for it. I just constantly get mad at the people that just fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
I actually do. I get annoyed. I don't get mad, but it's like...
It's a game. It's all a game.
Well, but I think that's the point. Is like none of this is all that hard. Like running an organization, and I'm going to say this, and I'm sure there's somebody listening from the Browns that is laughing right now as I say this, but running it in an authentic way that is truthful but not giving away state secrets is just not that complicated. It's just having a brain. It really isn't.
Yeah.
And so like maybe it's because you and I have to work on messaging, how we build segments, how we build thoughts, how we articulate those thoughts, and occasionally we have to get dumped on the radio. Like maybe it's because of that. It's just a little bit easier for me to kind of be like, well, this is how it would go. But dude, if we were doing Cincinnati radio right now, our hair would be on fire after hearing Joe Burrow say this yesterday at practice.
It certainly doesn't change my desire to win. You know, if I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. You know, I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? The mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
That sounds like a very specific quarterback that we heard, or at least we heard after he retired. I know you thought it. I thought it. Anyone who covered Andrew Luck retiring and after multiple injuries, what was the thing he said? It's just not fun anymore.
It's just not fun anymore. And the interesting through line between Andrew Luck is obviously the idea that they both come across as unique individuals. They're both different. They both are Andrew Luck looked at himself as more of an intellectual. Like he had the book club and all this other stuff. Joe Burrow, I'm not saying is that necessarily, but Joe Burrow he beats to his own drum. He's just a little bit different than some of these other quarterbacks. So like, I don't think it's crazy to wonder the way that some people are if he'd pull an Andrew Luck. I really don't.
Yeah, he's made $177 million already. I know he does. I think he's got another 200 coming if he plays through 2029. But it's interesting. Like there have been Andrew Luck comparisons just because the Indianapolis Colts failed Andrew Luck because they didn't really build a decent offensive line till about year 4, year 5. And in fairness, the last 4 years of Peyton, maybe 4 years a little much, but last 2-3 years of Peyton, they didn't build a good offensive line around him either, which obviously led to neck injuries and everything else.
And Joe Burrow had his part in that too, you know, and hey, don't draft Penei Sewell. I want you to take Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Like he made his decisions, but also the Bengals have no money to supplement any of these decisions. And I've always wondered if Joe Burrow would ask out, if he'd want to be traded to a different spot, just get tired of Cincinnati and everything that doesn't offer him and say, I want to go somewhere else because they'll spend more money than anything. It's not a mom and pop shop. We'll go down this road. But maybe he looks at it like, I can't do that. Like, I don't want to do that to the people of Cincinnati. I don't want to do that in general because it just seems like you're turning your back on a franchise. Maybe just not wired that way. And so then what is your only out? Your only out then is just flat out retire.
I really do think he would force his way out of Cincy before he'd retire. Because the difference is Andrew Luck was always a little bit aloof. You mentioned he fancies himself as an intellectual.
Yeah, the book club.
He was also just a different kind of guy. Joe is a football meathead, and I don't mean that like he's dumb. No. That's a football junkie.
Well, you watch the quarterback series, though. Like, he is different. He cared about fashion in a way that I thought was interesting. A lot of athletes do, but then you combo that with, like, taking piano lessons while not telling anybody about it and having this big grand piano and him, like, teaching himself how to do it, and then mixed with his Pokemon card infatuation. Like, all these little things, it is just a little bit different. He is. He just beats to his own drum. I think that's the only way I can really put it. But he's just, let's be honest about it, he's been injured now. How many seasons out of the previous 4 have they been damaged by injuries? 3?
Yeah, and they're all injuries that don't just impact, like, hey, you can't play football. They impact your life. He had a hand injury a wrist injury that was really significant, and he talked about how it altered his everyday life. This latest injury, which was a foot injury, so there's a mobility, like, every injury, it's not been like simple stuff either. Like the wrist injury, there are people like 3 guys have come back from this in football. There's so much here. And listen, I have been ahead of, I think Joe Burrow's cocky and I don't like him. And a lot of people just fell for it. They like the guy, all that. That said, I don't want that dude to quit playing football. That's a fun guy to watch.
At his best, he's one of the best in the game. He needs a defense, is what he needs. And I wonder if he just thinks to himself, I'm not going to have a defense in the next 3 years, so maybe I need to reconsider things. I don't know. It's definitely on the table that he either asks out or retires. It's on the table.
216-474-0092. You heard the Joe Burrow audio. It sounded, the words he were using sound so, call back to August of 2019, almost verbatim what we heard from Andrew Luck. Do you think that Joe Burrow could pull in Andrew Luck and retire early? I wouldn't hate it for the Bengals. Bleep that town and bleep Northern Kentucky. Bleep Mike Brown. I hate it for football fans, though. Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Kevin Stefanski Show. And you can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
Coming up in about 30 minutes here. In case we missed it, it's been an out-of-pocket show.
Yeah, very much so.
Even more so off the air than even as. Well, I don't know. I did have to. I had to be dumped. So basically, I was getting ready to.
When's the last time you swore on the air? I mean, outside of like 520 segment. I mean, like legit, like ever. Because obviously, I've never done that.
It has to have happened. Nothing's coming to mind right now, but it has to have happened.
I would think so.
Yeah.
It was because it was a football guy. That's why. That's why you got so angry.
No, it's because he's clearly a fraudulent football guy.
Oh, that's good.
Guy
Yeah,
probably
that's good.
walks around calling himself the LeBron James or Zion Williamson of football guys.
But hey, you just wait. Wait until somebody from the gas station tells you the topics tomorrow.
That's how we get him around here.
That is how we got him.
Now, usually Fridays mean Daryl Ryder at 6 p.m. Not this week. We're joined by the dangerous one right now. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
All right. Are we allowed to ask why you have the day off tomorrow, or is it like a serious thing that I should just shut up about?
I'm just taking a day off.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Get it, Kim?
Yeah, you are. All day.
Hey, listen, everyone else at the station gets to take time off.
All right, Daryl. You're pocket watching days off now? Is that what's happening?
No, that's Lima.
No, somebody was pocket watching my days off earlier this week. That's all I'm going to say.
Somebody was pocket watching your days off?
Yeah,
Who's
they
that?
were. No names.
So it's Lima?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying any more than that.
You're not saying. Tells us it doesn't really happen, Daryl.
Yeah.
That's all I hear.
Now,
Okay.
let's
You
see
take a
here.
2-week break in the summer, and then outside of that, you never take off. And I think everyone knows that.
Yeah. So.
Like if people can make fun of me for taking days off, that's fine. Making fun of you, that's just a D move, considering everything you do.
You legitimately take 2 weeks off in the summer every year, and then you never take any other days off. I want to yell at the person that told you this.
Well, it's okay.
Just send me the name and their address, and maybe something happens to them.
Maybe just something. Just a little something.
I gotta come. Anyway, let's get to the Browns here. Is 7 starts enough for the Browns to find out enough about Shador to be comfortable to have the conversation about him being the starter in 2026?
Yeah, I think so, especially considering the level of competition is going to increase now, starting this Sunday in Chicago against the Bears, although the weather, I don't think, is really going to cooperate all that much. But you've got the Bills coming up. You've got the Steelers coming up. You'll end the season against the Bengals. So, yeah, I mean, I think that 7 games is enough where you can sit there and comb through the film and make an informed decision as to whether or not you want to go into 2026 with him as QB1, or do you have to spend your offseason doing what you've had to do in a lot of off seasons, and that is shopping for quarterback help.
What are the chances that Shador outplays Caleb Williams?
He outplayed Cam Ward. So, I don't feel like because of the forecast and the bitter cold temperatures and the wind chill and all that maybe awaiting the Browns Sunday. I don't know if this is going to be a referendum game for sure. This just might be one of those, Shador, just get us through 4 quarters.
Oh, are we preemptively giving him the old Peterlin pass for this game?
Might have to give him a Peterlin pass for this game, depending on how things look on Sunday.
We're just going to let the record show Daryl's giving him the preemptive Peterlin pass. This is not me doing it. This is Daryl doing it.
I do like, by the way, that you're doing this, but you're only going to do it if he has a bad game.
That's how we do it, Daryl.
Yeah, we like that.
That's how we do it.
Hey, listen, if he lights it up in sub-zero wind chills, then, he might get extra credit for that.
Well, what's funny about that is that he didn't get any extra credit last week at all for some of that stuff.
Well, they lost the game. I think that's why.
Well, but he threw, obviously, for 1 million yards, and he dealt with
364,
four different backups in the offensive line. 3 different pass catchers get injured during the game, while doing it in a game where it was, 10 degrees the majority of the game, and also snowed during part of it. And everyone acted as if it was Chamber of Commerce weather out there, and he had one of the greatest offensive lines in the sport. It was incredible how that worked.
Yeah, listen, I thought he played extremely well. Went back and watched it a couple of times, and every time I watched it, I liked it even more. But they did lose the game. He did have an interception that contributed to the loss. He did fumble a 2-point conversion that contributed to the loss. It wasn't perfect, not by any stretch of the imagination, but in the areas where you want to see that growth, you're starting to see that. You're starting to see him not make the same mistake twice. You're seeing the footwork getting a little better. It still needs to improve. You're seeing the decision-making processes speeding up a little bit. You're seeing him throw the football away a little more. So there's a lot to like about Shador Sanders right now, and I'm not sitting here saying he's the long-term solution, but I feel a lot better about him now than I did at any point with Dillon Gabriel on the field.
Daryl, team process over there in Berea would like any time.
Is that what we're calling them now? That they're no longer the thought partners?
I mean, well, okay, they are still the thought partners, but they also love their process.
They do.
It's Thursday, and we're still...
And data points.
Data points.
Don't forget the data points.
Vertices or verticals, something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, the point is, it's Thursday, and they're still defending their 2-point conversion as... Well, if that one actually was, a 2-point conversion, if it was successful, people would feel differently. Is that interesting? Is that as interesting to you as it is to me?
No, because that's like the standard answer, right? I mean,
it's super sensitive to still be offering that 4 days later.
Yeah, but I mean, that is usually the response, right? If it works, everybody's happy. If it doesn't, well, we're just a bunch of dummies.
That doesn't make it not stupid, by the way, just so we're clear. Taking Shador off the field.
Yeah, well, they will point to their success rate trying to run plays like that with Quinshawn taking the direct snap. But you and I see eye to eye on this. I didn't like them going for 2. All of the analytical experts on social media kind of came after me for being against it because I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't embrace the new world of the NFL. My point is they don't have the players to execute that stuff. When your skill players, for the most part, are subpar, when your offensive line is in the shape that it currently is in, sometimes you got to put the spreadsheet down and just go by conventional football. And my whole argument was you kick the extra point, you're down 7, you score again, then you can make the decision about whether you're going to go for 2 in the lead or 1 in the tie. That's just where I came out on it. And also, by the way, if you fail the first time on the 2, you're now forced to go for 2 on that second touchdown score as well. And again, when you're hamstrung by the talent you have, you don't want to have the spreadsheets dictating decision-making processes for you all the time.
What was the vibe in Berea this week? Was it was there a jolt there, or was there? I'm really trying to figure out whether or not the spark exists throughout the week, or if it's a thing that shows up on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I haven't noticed much of a peak and valley style vibe out there. It's been fairly consistent. There's been good energy in the locker room every week, and by good energy I mean players congregating, having fun with each other, giving each other a hard time, playing music and things like that. The locker room has never felt this year like I've seen in years past, where you can hear a pin drop all the time. It's super quiet. There's nobody in there.
Did it get that way last year?
No, not necessarily. It certainly did during the 4 and 44 stretches. And I mean, there have been a couple of instances where they've had meetings, so it takes a while for players to make their way into the locker room. But yeah, I mean, it just feels like that there's good energy in there, and it doesn't feel like a team that has completely tuned out Kevin Stefanski or quit on Kevin Stefanski by any stretch of the imagination. So, that can always change, but you're certainly not going to see it from the defensive side of the ball, not with Jim Schwartz running things there. But the vibes aren't immaculate, but they don't feel like that anybody has made their vacation plans for Cancun just yet.
Outside of Shador, who over there has the most to gain over the final 4 games of the season?
That's a good question.
No, it is.
It's
not great.
No, it's
so good.
It's so good. I actually need some time to think about that because I feel like he's the guy that has that everything is centered on. The rookies have all played really well, and there's no questions about them right now. And then you've got guys that have, I would probably have to say, anyone with an expiring contract. Those are the guys that have to put the tape out there either for themselves in free agency next year or for the Browns to give them the impetus to bring them back next year. So I'll just say anyone with an expiring contract, because I don't think that there's one single player outside of Shador that can head and shoulders benefit themselves over these final 4 games.
And meanwhile, 2 of the people we talk about the most in that regard, Wyatt and David Njoku, are both not playing in this game.
Yeah, well, Wyatt is out. David hasn't officially been ruled out, but he's not practiced this week because of that knee injury, and we'll see how things go. I've seen David in the locker room this week. And you
think there's a chance he plays? Obviously, I jumped the gun there, but you think there was a chance he plays?
Yeah, I mean, he hadn't been ruled out just yet. And he is a player that I think you can go a week of him not practicing and be able to put him on the field on Sunday. Same thing with Joel Bitonio. I think that there's a really good chance he's going to play on Sunday, partially because he talked to us today. Usually if a player doesn't talk to us, that's when they're scheduled to speak. That's usually an indication that things are not trending toward them playing. But we spoke to Joel today, so regardless if he practices tomorrow or not, I expect to see him on the field Sunday.
Who you got in the new social media feud, Boog or Lima?
I missed the. I missed that. I didn't pay much. I had my own.
You gotta slow life. You only YOLO. You gotta slow down and watch the flowers bloom or something like that. I heard that.
Am I
once.
contractually obligated to back Lima? Is that how this is supposed to work?
No, not at all.
No. As a matter of fact, I think it might help you contractually if you don't back Lima.
The new rule is that if nobody texts you about it, then I guess it doesn't really exist.
Yeah, I've not. I am not among the cool kids or the cabal because I have received no text messages, and I am completely unaware that there's a social media feud currently going on.
You are missing one. Here's the thing.
Has Lima responded yet?
I don't know.
It seems like a one-sided feud right now.
I don't know. Well, no. Has anybody told him?
That's the thing. If nobody's mentioned it to him.
Well, nobody's even told me.
Is it trending?
Can people text him so he knows that Boog is quote tweeting him a lot right now?
Yeah. Maybe if
I don't want him to wake up tomorrow.
Afternoon show.
Yeah, I don't want him to wake up tomorrow and then be like, "Oh, I didn't even see that. Didn't even see it. Nobody told me."
Yeah.
Maybe they'll squeeze it in a segment in between recapping your show.
Yeah.
That's my guy right there.
Some loyalty right there.
Daryl, enjoy your day off. You've earned it and then some.
He almost wants to apologize for beating your ass in fantasy football, but we're not going to go too far.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm dead where I stand. My regular season was all for naught. I am very despondent right now.
We have one more week to go.
I know it's going to take a bloody miracle for me to catch you. It's so bad for my it's so bad for my fantasy team. I had to bench Patrick Mahomes. He's been bad the last couple of weeks. I had to pick up Trevor Lawrence and bench Patrick Mahomes. That's how desperate I am right now.
Daryl, I'm not.
No, I regret
Don't
going down
do
this
that.
road. It's my everyone listening. My
As
bad.
your friend, I can't let you
mistake.
play Trevor Lawrence over Pat Mahomes. I can't. You dance with the one you brought. You can't. Listen, if you lose because Patrick Mahomes is bad,
Trevor Lawrence is playing the Jets. Patrick Mahomes is playing the Chargers, who came away with like 7 interceptions Monday night.
Yes, but he's Trevor Lawrence.
Don't let him bully you. This is your team.
No, I'm trying to help him.
Don't let him bully you.
It's
your team. You make the decision.
Nick is clearly trying to secure the bag of round 1.
You're playing him in the. You're going to listen to his advice. You're playing him in the.
You don't understand. I want you to play Trevor Lawrence. There's no psychology here. He is straight cheeks. And Mahomes might be as well right now, but I just...
Well, yeah, Mahomes is. That's why I'm benching him. He's been terrible the last 3 weeks.
Is there a third door you can go through, Daryl?
Well, let me check the waiver wire tonight.
I don't know why I fought that hard, so you might have a better chance of beating me. Daryl, be good, buddy.
All right, take care, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too, buddy.
You too, Daryl.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll react to what he had to say, and I honestly, off the top of my head, cannot tell you. We're going to talk about Tommy Reese's future. There we go. Took a while. 5 minutes. 92.3 The Fan. Josh.
done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive, in case we missed it, coming up at about 6:45 today. Now, I will say, I don't know who's on the Stefanski show today other than Coach Kev himself. I can tell you, though, I've heard this is a guest you're going to want to stick around for.
All right. Sounds good.
This is for all those real ball knowers. You're going to want to tune in.
Are we still talking football?
And about, the Lonzo, LaMelo... No, LiAngelo. We're not desperate. That's coming up in about 35 minutes.
He's the worst of the three, and he got the worst name.
He did.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Lonzo's a badass name. LaMelo's a badass name.
Yeah.
LiAngelo sounds like a missing Ninja Turtle.
Oh, I was thinking more like Michelangelo's failed brother. You can't paint a LiAngelo. You gotta go work in pottery.
He does like the Temu version of the Sistine Chapel. I got it, brother.
It's
LiAngelo, you idiot.
It's 1/100th the size. He can only fill a corner. Oh, I thought you said 16th Chapel. I'm sorry.
That's the breakup line. That's Vince Vaughn, Jennifer Aniston. It's not 16th, you idiot.
Real quick,
yeah.
What do you think about the Cattell Marte line out there from certain segments of Guardians Twitter?
It's a fun thought.
Yeah,
I like to dream this time of the year too. I sometimes dream when I go to bed. That would include that thought process as well.
I like listen. If you just said on like a normal team, would you want Cattell Marte? Very good player. It's not great that two organizations have gotten tired of him enough to trade him, despite him still being roughly a 4 to 5 WAR player every year. Here's actually, to me, one, guys, he's not the Guardians' profile. The Guardians do not trade for 32-year-old outfielders who have $100 million left on their contract, and I think about 40 of it, which is deferred. I think if you asked a Dolan family member to defer some money, you might have to get them into counseling.
Which is interesting because the deferment system that the Dodgers have really ran with is something that they should be.
It punishes future owner.
Yeah, it should be exactly what you do.
Yeah.
You seem like you're spending a bunch of money in the meanwhile. Everyone's like, wow, the Dolans really, they are spending. And then they leave in a couple years, and we have the transition to the new ownership and Blitzer and everyone else, and then it falls on their books. Like, this is exactly what they should be doing. You get to leave and maybe erase the idea that you didn't spend any money while you were here.
But not only is Cattell not the kind of player you shouldn't want them to. He's 32. And granted, he might
He's still a really good player, though.
Well, no, and listen, it's not a guarantee that I think it's 3 years left in the deal. With 3 years left in the deal that you get bit by that deal. But it's not a guarantee it won't either. And if you told me that he went out next year and there was massive regression, it wouldn't surprise me just given the way aging works in baseball. He's a really good player. I'm not trying to poo-poo it. But, it's funny, I can't get... When I talk to Guardians fans, I'm like, all right, Logan Allen for this guy. And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know what we're doing here. I don't want to give up Logan Allen. I don't want to give up Parker Messick.
You have to give up somebody.
Or when I talked to Madigan, pissed me off the other day. I love you, Dan, but Dan's like, hey, would you trade for? No, I think he's Kobe Mayo of the Orioles, and I was like, yeah, I still don't know. He's a nice player, but he's like, what would you trade Tanner Bybee for? And I'm like, no, I'm not trading an established number 2 starter.
Bybee or Williams are not. It's non-negotiable.
And so then I was like, but I'd consider Jordan Westberg, and he's like, yeah, they're not trading him. I'm like, then they're not going to get Tanner Bybee. We're in a weird spot with the Guardians. Nobody wants to give up any of the good players, but also when we talk about somebody else's players, the ball knowers in town who really know baseball are like, phew. Tanner Bybee's good, but you're not getting a starting second baseman.
This is why the trade machine never works, is because nobody wants to give up something of value.
Yes.
It's my big problem with the trade machine. And so, like, at least you're open to the idea that you have to give up goods to get goods. But we need offense, so that's the thing. Like, if you want to go into your pitching reserve in order to do that, and if you want to consider, like, Parker Messick the reserve, okay, fine. But, like, if you have to go into that, then you have to go into that.
I also like that
you don't have hitters.
Everybody has
You
a
need an
hitter.
offense.
Everybody has a pitcher you're willing to trade. Like, I'll be like, Logan Allen for Joe Adell and, maybe a prospect. And they go, can we get Cantillo for him? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's funny because every conversation I ever suggest to Mac turns into, can we trade Logan Allen for him? I'm like,
he doesn't like Logan Allen.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's like, we
all have our pitchers we don't like within the context of these conversations, too.
Like,
that are valuable, but also you don't really like.
But, like, not liking Logan Allen, to me, a guy who, for all the things, like, he hasn't been a top 2 starter, which you hoped he would be. He's been like a number 3, number 4 starter. Joey Cantillo can't find the zone. And right now, because of the way he pitched last year, there's a little tread to him.
There is.
And I'm like, I'm not buying into that as a top 5 starter long term. I think eventually he's going to fall back on those control issues. Now, granted, the Guardians are not the organization you want if you have control issues. Like, if you need to pinpoint things, or need to learn how to throw faster, that's your organization. If you've got control problems, they do not have the best track record with that. I just went on a 3. I just blacked out. It was Joey Cantillo talk. I know.
Well, I know, but I like Cantillo, so I was trying to wait, what are you talking about when it comes to? But that's fine. We don't have to. I don't need to go hard in the paint here with baseball.
You're a Cantillo apologist.
There's snow on the ground. I always have been, by the way. That's not like that shouldn't sneak up on you.
San Diego.
It shouldn't sneak up on you.
He's
I've always
your
liked
baseball Shador.
I've always that would be funny, but no, no. We don't need to do this one right now. This isn't the one. It's not the one. We got baseball season for that.
We still got some football here to go. Let's get to our guy Cash Lovett in the fan hotline.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Cash, welcome to the show, friend. What you got for us?
How's it going, bros? Just enjoying a beautiful Cleveland day.
Nice. You got any Joey Cantillo talk while we're at it?
I unfortunately do not. I've been in plenty of arguments today, and here we are.
Ooh, what are the arguments about?
What did you get into?
Oddly enough, just all baseball. I was one of my writers was defending the Guardians not spending any money, and I was yelling that a billionaire has plenty of money. He just chooses not to, and a lot of Guardians fans are okay with it and say we need a salary cap.
Well, I think a lot of people you could bridge the gap there at the end with the salary cap. I think there's like 3 people left in baseball that don't think they need a salary cap, or at the very least an actual salary floor.
I don't think there needs to be a salary cap. I'm here for a salary floor, but I just think more teams need to spend. I was ecstatic that the Orioles actually went out and spent money.
And how do you get them to spend there, Cash?
I mean, I think it's there with the salary floor, like you said. I'm okay with that.
All right, we're going to table this.
I thought you had like a marital fight or something. Is really what I thought happened. Pesos pissed you off or something.
John was hoping for a divorce there, I think.
Maybe. I just didn't know. I didn't got a fight with a random, guy at a gas station or something like that. I just didn't know.
We weren't hoping for No, I'm not going to make that joke. Never mind. Bailing on it. Cash, Falcons at Bucks. What you got on here?
Look, we're going to be riding a lot of old quarterbacks this week, and I couldn't be happier. Nice. Kirk Cousins is looking a little bit better. The Falcons running game is going to produce at least 200 yards between those two backs of Algier and Bijan Robinson, getting a little bit involved in the receiving game. 5.5 points is just way too many in a division game. NFC South is so far up and down. Falcons plus 5.5.
All right, take me to Army at Navy, a game everyone loves every single year.
We say we love it. I mean, watching 2 teams run the triple option, as much as I enjoy it, can get a little bit tiresome.
You don't like the pageantry of it all?
Yeah, I think you knew we were going to call you out for not being a ball nose if you didn't like it.
I mean, come on.
Cool. It's just not even a standalone game anymore. Everything between it is nice, but
sorry, Cash, I thought this was America.
I thought you were a patriot.
Look, I just enjoy a little bit of excitement. I think we will get some excitement. Navy minus 6.5. we actually might see the forward pass. It has been invented.
I've
And
never
maybe
heard
it's
anyone
at least-
rip the Army-Navy game. That's a bold play, man. That's a bold play. You know what really grinds my gears? That Army-Navy.
It doesn't grind my gears. It's just like, how many people are actually watching it? Is this what you spend your Saturday on?
A lot. Yeah, a lot of people watch the Army-Navy game. Yeah, they do. I'm going to pull up TV ratings for you, okay? And then I'm going to show you how they drastically beat Caitlin Clark every year.
Cash, I want you to go read a poem called "Freedom Isn't Free," my friend.
Wow, last year it got almost 10 million viewers, which is insane. That's an insane number.
I'm happy to be wrong. And
I mean, there legitimately are World Series games that don't get 10 million. That's a massive number.
A lot of proud patriots in this country.
Yes, there are. I was not one of them. I did not watch a second of that game. I'll watch a little bit of it this year, just because we have Navy minus 6.5.
So Boise State at Washington.
Also, what will not get the same ratings of 10 million, which is an absolutely insane number.
Now, if you want to dog that game, you can.
Good old Gronk with his energy drink, which I didn't even know was a thing. Washington, the Jetfish potentially going ahead, having an audition for the University of Michigan's head coaching job, minus 9.5. Boise State has not beaten a Power 5 team since 2019, I believe. I don't even think they're going to be able to cover. Washington minus 9.5.
All right, how about Colts at Seahawks?
Again, riding the old quarterbacks. Phillip Rivers, is there, outside of Army and Navy, a better sports story happening this weekend than just seeing Phillip Rivers come back, 4 years retired, running away from 10 kids? 13.5 is just too many points. Before, with Daniel Jones, it was minus 3. And I just don't see 10 points being the decision here. Jonathan Taylor has a big game, and the Seahawks win, but not convincingly.
You know, I tend to side with everybody that thinks he's just got sick of being in the house with all those kids. He could be gearing up for round 2, right? We got 10 the first time. Maybe he's thinking of another 10 kids. Phil is.
You've called him Phil a lot this week.
Oh, yeah.
You've chopped off the, I've noticed you've gotten rid of that.
Hey, Philip. Yeah.
Cash.
Spider 2 white banana.
Army-Navy was the 11th highest rated college football game last year. 11.
Hey, look, I said, I'm happy to be wrong. Like, it's okay.
It beat out Indiana, Ohio State from last year.
So Colts at Seahawks.
It beat Texas, Michigan.
Did Ohio State, Indiana play last year?
Yeah, the one in November.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was bad. It beat Ohio State, Michigan?
No. You didn't pay attention. Right?
So Colts and Seahawks.
It was Texas, Michigan.
Oh, yeah, that was an absolute.
All right, I'm sorry I did this.
Game.
So Colts at Seahawks.
Colts plus 13.5.
Love that. All right, Browns and Bears. What you got, buddy?
I can't believe I'm going to do this again, but we're going to take the Browns money line. The Browns have one of the best defenses against the run. Sans last week. The Bears like to do a lot of counters. I think Jim Schwartz is actually going to hammer down, not let Myles Garrett line up 15 yards outside of the tackle, make sure that they're taking care of it. Caleb Williams is completing, I think, 57% of his passes, which is absolutely atrocious. A lot of the play actions and rollouts that Caleb Williams does is going to get shut down. Shador is playing fairly well, couple of big plays. Quinshon Judkins will have a 10-yard run that is not called back for holding, and he will not be demoralized and be able to have 100 yards rushing. Browns in a massive upset, plus 310. Take him on the money line.
I like the way you think. Cash, great stuff, buddy. God bless America.
Thanks, Cash.
Cheers.
More people watched Army-Navy than Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals last year.
Yeah?
It's Game 7 of
My
the
kind
finals.
of people.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because we go America.
Yeah. Listen, I'll just put on a little Lee Greenwood, put on Army-Navy, salute the flag.
It was the confidence of like,
Nobody
you're
watches
spending your
this game.
Saturday watching this game?
By the way,
nobody watches this.
By the way, if you've ever been to the game, it's the coolest game in the world.
Great. It's
doesn't matter
fantastic.
where it is. Cool as hell.
Always fun.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
These Patriots are going to see you on the other side in 5 minutes. For in case you missed it on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Window Nation's end-of-year sale. Get 50% off plus 0% interest for 5 years. Offer ends soon. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. After going 23 of 42 for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Titans, Shador
We'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
The college football playoff is set, and the Buckeyes are on the path to repeat as national champions. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Herm Edwards, former NFL analyst. Sorry, current NFL.
No, it's something else.
Oh, God. Current NFL analyst, former NFL head coach. I just want to know so bad, but I don't think you can tell me. Pete Fiutak.
About what you were talking about before we came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reality.
Is it not aged well?
No.
Pete Fiutak at 420. Daryl Ryder at 6 in cash. Love it!
Hate it!
At 6:30 there. Great stuff with all of our guests today. Of course, if you missed 1 second of the show, don't forget to check us out. 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page. The full 5 hours is up there. Let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start this off with a story about the NFL as the NFL is prioritizing performance-based pay in the CBA negotiations with referees. They're going through this big CBA negotiations. They're trying to figure everything out. The league outlined its desire to tie compensation to performance in a way that would reward bonuses to only the highest-performing officials. Basically, they're saying, do your job well, and you're going to get paid well, and if you don't, you'll then be punished. I think this is a great idea. And I actually love this for other sports, too. Like, imagine what would happen if, like, an umpire in baseball got paid and... You just found it, didn't you? No, you can't laugh at that way. That's not good. We don't have enough time for you to laugh at this, and this is gone. This is gone. Because we can't explain this on the... It's not good for us if we explain this on the air. And I hate that, because I hate when radio hosts do what we're doing to you guys right now. But trust me, you don't want us to explain this. And you don't want us to. It's not good if we explain it.
All the plot twists.
You wouldn't have seen that coming, right? You wouldn't have seen that coming. But I hate this, and so I'm just going to have to just keep this thing moving.
The referees and whatnot.
So a Titans sideline reporter removed from the team charter after sharing Cam Ward's story from flight. This one courtesy of our friends over at Awful Announcing, but it's gained a lot of steam as well. I don't know what this should be in regards to the courtesy of being on the team plane. But the original story in question involved the Titans defensive end Arden Key getting on the plane's intercom system and telling his teammates to disregard comments that Cam Ward had made and to enjoy the win. Cam Ward after the game was like, we got a lot of things we got to do better. Arden Key got on the system and was like, ignore Cam Ward. We won. That doesn't happen often. You have to enjoy this, which is an awful look for the Titans, by the way.
It's an awful look for Arden Key, who will not be there next year.
Imagine if you're Cam Ward. Like, I'm just going to get undermined right now in this moment. You're back there in, like, seat 70. Arden Key's over there.
You just seeing the tears in my eyes. I stopped laughing. My voice is getting really... I stopped laughing.
So, but they removed this reporter from now using the team charter because he went on the radio and told this story. And I don't know. I feel like I'm sorry, if you bring people onto your plane, even if you do work for the team because you're not part of the Titans radio network, he should be able to say whatever he wants.
All right, so all the reporters out there that I've seen weigh in on this basically say if it's on a team charter or that basically it's a no-no to report on. I think of the things you could have reported on, this is a pretty benign story.
I don't know about benign. I think it makes Cam Ward seem like nobody's paying attention to him in the locker room.
No, I think that's what Arden Key was trying to get to happen. I think it makes Arden Key look a little bit like a jabroni. So I guess this is more because you and I are debating it.
I mean, maybe reflectively, maybe if the response was no, screw that, celebrate, and nobody did anything. I'm living under the assumption that people are like, all right, yeah, we're going to celebrate now. Cam Ward, what are you talking about?
Also, do we know?
We don't know that answer.
Was it like funny? Was it funny? Like, was it kind of like, hey, just ignore that rookie? Yeah, I don't think it was. My point is,
if Mac told a story, Mac does the charter flights. If Mac told a story on the air,
we'd have Jax as our board op full time.
You think that would be it? So that's the other part of this, though. Like, I think anything is fair game. Like, you do whatever you got to do, but then you also got to live with those repercussions too. Like, you have to understand if you do work for the Titans and then you spill their secrets, they're probably not going to be inviting to have you back on the plane.
I just think this is why I find it really hard to respect this bunch of hard men. Like, these really, really tough dudes, physically tough dudes.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing you want somebody fired over. This is what you want somebody removed from the team charter.
This is what you're focused on right now?
All right. Like, there is an element of, like, stop being a sensitive baby. I just want to make it through that story without cursing again. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! Big thanks to Jake Mern on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And doing the producing today, Meredith Kane, Mackenzie Flume. Thank you to them as well in the 2020s. You got a huge Stefanski show coming up. I have heard this guest. You are not going to want to miss this guest. Not only get Coach, and we know what he says, they got a huge guest on the show coming up as well. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
That's quite the left turn. Quite the left turn. We'll see you guys tomorrow for a Football Friday and F Off Friday. See you then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.